Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
The wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary
9 out
on
of
the
10
case.
judges prefer
Dati mihianggoy ka na po,
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case.
All right, I've got a loop going on, but I didn't want to kill it yet. There we go. We fixed it. All right. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. It's good to have you here this morning. Happy Tuesday to you. We are back. We're back with a new case. We've got all the details for you. We're going to go into that in just a little bit. Let's see. There it is. Regina Crawford, congratulations. First in chat today. Regina, you thought you were doing something good. I guess in a way you were, because you did something for everyone else. You took one for the team, so to speak. Everything I created worldwide is now yours. We're going to punish you for your good deed. And this goes on your permanent record. So there's that. Sorry, I'm just sidetracked as I move things around where they need to be. And this one where it needs to be. I don't know how things got shuffled around overnight, but it did. There we go. We're close enough. All right, good morning. Good morning. Hope you're doing absolutely wonderful. Let's see. We have a couple people here. Morning. Hopefully all the important people are here, especially those. What kind of intro is this? Says Kimar. Yeah, it was terrible. It was terrible. But I'm on time, Kim. I'm on time. It was 8:30 when I hit the start button. So since when has that happened, right? That's got to be worth some. You got to give me some slack for that. At least I started on time. All right. Good morning to you. Let's see. We might have some birthdays to celebrate this morning, and we have some stuff to go into. Oh my goodness, we have some things to read and to talk about today. Before trial starts. In my opinion, says Samantha Terry, it's my birthday today. It's my birthday. In my opinion, we will add you to the list because we are going to celebrate birthdays before we get going too far. We'll give everyone just a minute to get in here. Hope your Monday was not terrible. I think that's the best we can hope for you. That your Monday was not terrible. And let's see. In my opinion, Golden Tales and Epic Trials also having a birthday today. It's going to be a mouthful.
Happy birthday. You look good.
Golden Tales and Epic Trails. Fitting that all in. Epic Trials. Golden Tales and Epic Trials. It's almost a tongue twister. You know what I'm trying to say. A tongue twister. So we'll see if you can all get added to the list here. Thank you, and congratulations on your birthday. But let's see. No. I put this up there. It's not Samantha's. It's not Samantha's birthday. Sorry. Did I say it was your birthday? Let's see. What I did was, in my opinion, is telling Samantha Terry that it's in my opinion's birthday. That's what I was trying to highlight. I was just like butting into the conversation. All right, a new case starting today. We have some details to go into before the case starts, so we need to celebrate the birthdays here in just a moment. So make sure you've made it known that it is in fact your birthday. My Monday was amazing. My great grandson came to see me. That is awesome, Lacey. That's wonderful. Let's see. Oh, Amy spares me the difficulty and says, "My name is Amy. You don't have to sing Golden Tales and Epic Trials in the birthday song." Thank you, Amy. We'll make the correction on that one. All right. Let's see. I'm not sure. I think Samantha or Josh is working frantically on the birthday things. So we'll give them just a minute to do that. There we go. Victoria and Amy. Victoria and Amy. So in my opinion is Victoria, and Golden Tales and Epic Trials is Amy. Yes. All right, Sandy says, I'm so glad you're streaming this case. I live in the area. Are you planning on going? Are you planning on attending one of the days? This will be, according to the judge, this will be a 2 to 3 week trial. It is a murder trial, malice murder. It's a butchering trial, is what it is. So there's some evidence here. This is a pretty, as far as murders go, this one was pretty rough. Stephanie, member for 17 months. Awesome channel and people. Thank you. It's been a blast. Looking forward to more. Stephanie, thank you very much for 17 months of support. I think you've been here longer than that. OG. Wonderful. Thank you so much. I think I ate a bug. Okay, maybe some dust. Let's see. Good morning from Air Capital of the World, Wichita, Kansas. I'm working this morning at Boeing. Tony, thanks for keeping the wheels down and the wings up. Appreciate the hard work you do. Kelly H. Gifted a membership this morning. Kelly, thank you for kicking things off that way with your generosity. Appreciate that. Don't talk about dust. All right, I'm sorry. Red Pen, I know you've got a story and a half, and I've seen pictures to prove it. I'm so sorry. Having lived through remodels that were my fault, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Yours was not your fault. All right, when's your birthday? Mine is in March, so it's gone past. I want some updates. I want the finished pictures. It's like, look at our new ceiling. Look at our new room. Let's see. Tisha, there was a hearing for Corey Richards. I did not follow what happened at that one. I know her trial date's set up for February, so I'm not sure exactly what happened. Let me know what the details are. Yes, Kim, that is correct. That is, in fact, my birthday. You can't spell remodel without mold. Thank you, Greeners, for reminding us that. Kathy Davis says, I missed this room. Kathy, welcome back. It's good to be here. Good to have you here. All right, I forgot to start my fan this morning, so you can see it. It's not spinning. There, you can just give it a little twist. It's not the same. I need to turn it on. All right, let's see. Let me get some things set up. I love Greener's fun facts. Sometimes they're not so fun. They're just facts. But it's all good. It's all good. Okay. Let's do back door. Fun fact, we caught a mouse yesterday. That's a true fact. We caught a mouse yesterday. And the unfun fact is, though, there's at least one more we didn't catch. So the mouse that was caught will not be caught again. It was done. I am seriously debating bringing Kiki in the house, letting the cat come in just for a while. Just catch the mice and then go. Kiki's never been one to like leaving the house because he sure loves the air conditioning. All right, Alexis gifted a membership. Thank you very much. And Sandy as well gifted 5 memberships. Thank you all. Thank you for your generosity. Good people receiving those gifts. Rick Groover, member for 20 months. RA, can we all say OG in unison? Thank you, Rick. Thank you for that. All right, we have Josh has come in with the birthday stuff and remind me that, in fact, he did before, but I missed it. I'm sorry, Josh. Okay, here we go. We have Sandy, Victoria, Ricky, and Amy celebrating their birthday today. So if I missed anyone, I am sorry. Make it known very quickly. But here's what we're going to do. Everyone's going to stand up, take a deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbor. Warm up with me, if you will. La 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 la. All right. We're going to sing to Sandy, Victoria, Ricky, and Amy. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Sandy, Victoria, Ricky, and Amy. Happy birthday to you. Sandy, Victoria, Ricky, and Amy. There are many wonderful days, but today is your special day. I realize there are a million places it could be and a million people you could have celebrated with, but you chose to be here with us. The privilege, the pleasure, the honor, the joy is ours. Hopefully, we can return some of that joy back to you and make your day a little more specialer. Help yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's House, Andy's Grill, Bob Evans, and Cracker Barrel. I don't think being here is a choice, says Greeners. Thank you, Greeners. I like that you see it that way. Josh says, do not hold it against me or Georgia that this is the crime we're covering. You'll never stop here now. I know. One more reason, Josh, to put Georgia on my do not visit list. As much as I like to hang out sometime and catch a fish bigger than you while I'm fishing with you, I just don't think it can happen. Because Georgia and I just don't see eye to eye. So it scares me for some reason. It's the scariest state for me. Kelly H., thank you very much for the super sticker. Appreciate it. Let's see. Everyone enjoy your pancakes. Thank you very much, Team A. Love all the birthday wishes in chat. You guys are amazing. Thank you, Stacy. Mel, we might need details of your chicken rescue. That sounds a little wild. Oh, drum solo. Yep, drum solo's coming up. Everyone help me finish off the birthday celebration song in style. The music will stop, but the party never stops. Here we go. Oh, let's play that off. Beautiful, beautiful. All right. Kaylee's saying, Tammy, my birthday is tomorrow. Can I come today and tomorrow? Want the double. She'd probably say yes. Alexis, thank you. Reminded me that I do, in fact, have to occasionally check the burner phone for messages. Let's see. I got one about a heck of a YouTube thumbnail choice. Oh, that's not the one. Let's see. Who's this? Alexis, I got it. Hang on. Oh, man. I'll let Alexis share what she wants, but do send some good thoughts and prayers her way, as she's got some stuff going on that's not fun. All the best for you, Alexis. We're hoping for you, praying for you. Let's see. Who has the patio? Who sent me this? Somebody sent me a picture of outdoor. That was Chris.
I saw.
Get to watch Little Man in the Corner on my patio now.
Chicken fly.
It's awesome. It's really cool. It looks like it's raining though. Are you watching me outdoor in the rain? Oh no, that's just okay. That was the table, the patio table. It looks like rain on the sidewalk. Oh, good times. All right, we have some stuff to do before court starts, because we have things happening. Give me just a second to sort of get everything straightened up and squared away. Okay, let's do. It's box 3. All right. What's going to be? I'm not sure what we're going to count this time around. So just be thinking about what we need to count in this trial, and if you find something, count from the beginning so we can pick up and follow along with it. All right. That said, okay, got a nice court hiss. That's great. That said, we have a document to review really quickly, and it pertains to this case. So if everyone will just sort of strap in a little bit, this will give us a little bit of a background. Make sure I'm sharing the right one. Amber knows what I'm talking about. Yes, okay. Give me 3. All right, channel 3. Ready? Here we go. We have a bill of indictment from the grand jury in Georgia. From the grand jury in Georgia on this one that goes over the case of the state of Georgia versus Nicholas James Kassotis. Look at these counts. Count 1, malice murder. Count 2, felony murder. Count 3, aggravated assault. Count 4, concealing the death of another. Count 5, possession of a knife during commission of a felony. Count 6, possession of tools for the commission of crime, same as 7, 8, and 9, and 10. And then count 11, removal of body, here's a key word, parts from the scene of death. And count 12, tampering with evidence. That's the full bill of indictment, yes. And we got trues across the board. Then we have, in the name and behalf of citizens of Georgia, charge and accuse Nicholas James Kassotis, a.k.a. Nicholas Stark, he goes by Nicholas Stark as well, with the offense of malice murder, a felony. For that, the said Nicholas James Kassotis, a.k.a. Nicholas Stark, in the County of Liberty in the state of Georgia between the 21st day of November 2022 and the 29th day of November 2022, the exact date of the offense being unknown to the grand jury, did unlawfully, with malice aforethought, cause the death of Mindy Mabane Kassotis, his wife, second wife, a human being, by multiple traumatic injuries to the body contrary to the laws of said state and the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. I need water already. It's one of those days. Count 2. And the jurors aforesaid, in the name and behalf of the citizens of Georgia, further charge and accuse Nicholas Kassotis, a.k.a. Nicholas Stark, with the offense of felony murder. A felony for that the said accused in the County of Liberty and the state of Georgia between the 21st day of November and the 29th day of November 2022, the exact date of the offense being unknown to the grand jury, did commit the offense of murder when the accused caused the death of Mindy Mabane Kassotis, a human being, irrespective of malice, while in the commission of a felony, by causing multiple traumatic injuries to the body with an unknown object, which, when used offensively against a person, is likely or actually does result in serious bodily injury in violation of Georgia law, contrary to the laws of the state, and the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. And these continue. We've got aggravated assault as well. Concealing the death of another, alleged that on the same time frame he did unlawfully conceal the death of Mindy Mabane Kassotis, which hindered the discovery of whether or not said person was unlawfully killed by dismembering her, transporting her body, and hiding it in a wooded area, contrary to the laws of the state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. He was in possession of a knife. There's evidence of that. The blade having a blade of 3 inches in length. At least. Also, let's see, we've got possession of tools, a device used in the commission of removal of body parts. He did also have in his possession a deer processing kit, a device used in the removal of body parts. So basically, the butchering kit for a deer he had allegedly used on his wife. He had in his possession rubberized tubs, devices used in the commission of removal of body parts. He also did have in his possession a Ford Explorer, a device. Apparently, Ford Explorer is a device used in the commission of a crime. For all of you who have Ford Explorers, be careful what you do with it. And he did have in his possession a shovel, a device used in the commission of a crime. He did unlawfully remove from the scene of death a head, a torso with arms, a right leg, and a left leg, each item being a human body part in violation of state law, contrary to the laws of said state, the good order, and peace, and dignity thereof. And the jury then says that in the name and the behalf of the citizens of Georgia, further charge and accuse Nicholas James Kassotis, a.k.a. Nicholas Stark, with the offense of tampering with evidence. For that, the said accused in the county of Liberty in the state of Georgia on the 29th day of October 2022 29th day of November 2022 did knowingly alter, conceal, and disguise physical evidence, to wit, the body of Mindy Mabane Kassotis, a knife, rubberized tubs, and cleaning wipes. Said evidence involving the prosecution of the offense of the murder with the intent to prevent and obstruct the apprehension of prosecution of himself by destroying biological evidence and concealing tools from the commission of the crime in violation of the state law, contrary to the laws of the state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. And we are now waiting for his plea, which I think will happen first thing this morning, if it hasn't happened already. I'm not sure on that one. But with what happens with a grand jury indictment is the defendant doesn't get a chance to say anything. This is like a trial without him there, and almost always the indictment is returned as true, because the only evidence that the grand jury hears is from the prosecution. And when you only hear one side of the story, there's usually only one outcome. So that being said, we are awaiting trial court to begin, which should happen here soon. In the state of Georgia, we've got the shield up. He has pled not guilty. I'm just not sure if he formally has to do it in front of the jury. Some states have him with. Some states they start the trial, especially if it started with a grand jury indictment. They'll start the trial with the reading of the bill that we just reviewed, and then they will formally ask the defendant how he pleads. We've seen that before. Let's get a little bit into the background, because this story has some twists and turns, and it has some facts that will make you go, what? I know a couple of you have done a little research on this, some of you more heavily than others, but this is wife number 2, and I believe 3 wives are involved, because he got married again a couple months after this wife went missing. And he was married before as well. How can you say twists and turns in a knifing case? I know it's bad, it's terrible. But the story about the wife before ended in divorce, meaning she got away. But he did not get away scot-free, so to speak. He was ordered to pay over $1 million to his first wife in the divorce. That's like what she was owed. And they were on the run. Like, he and his second wife were on the run, having not paid that first amount when this happened. $1.5 million. So basically halfway between 1 and 2, I guess you're saying, Josh. So that's over $1 million. It's a lot of money. So we've got some facts. His background, his employment, that's going to come into play. We're going to hear a little bit about that, and it's not your typical fact pattern, if there is such a thing when it comes to murders. But it's going to be spicy, and we're expecting court to kick off about 9 o'clock this morning. This is our first indication of court if they're going to be on time or run habitually late, so we're hoping with our fingers crossed that it begins on time. Ruth Buck says, "Hey, RA, it's my mom's 94th birthday. Can you give her a shout out? Her name is Linda." I can do better than that. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Linda. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Linda. Happy 94th birthday. That is awesome, Ruth. Thanks for letting us know. We were all excited. 94th birthday. That's just amazing. The things she's seen, going back to, I imagine she has some stories to tell from her childhood that kids nowadays just won't understand. That's cool. That's really cool. Carrot Bringer, good morning, RA family. Carrot Bringer, look at that, 11 months. You get one more month, you get a new colored courthouse. But thank you very much. Appreciate that. Oh, looks like we might be on time if things are. I see a judge's head is what I see right now.
I messed everything up.
It's a bad start.
Yes, ma'am.
wants to admit that because obviously the client is harmed as well. I followed up with the deputy this morning to figure out what that meant, and essentially what they told me is it's noise canceling. So whoever's the loudest voice in the courtroom will be what it picks up. So I warned Mr. Ramsey and his client to just
Is there a way to disable?
There is not. It is based on.
They're talking about the mics in the courtroom and how they're picking up audio. And the judge was asking, is there any way to disable it? That's not a good sign when the judge is like, can we not let the media hear what's happening? So, yeah, it's a bad start. It's a bad start in Georgia. All right. Anyway, either way, we are about to begin. Oh, you know what? I missed a few things. Look at this. Stephanie, member for 17 months. Awesome channel and people. Thank you. It's been a blast. Looking forward to more. Thank you, Stephanie. Congratulations on 17 months. Kelly H. gifted a membership. Alexis gifted a membership. Sandy gifted 5 memberships. Rip memberships. Rick Groover, member for 20 months. We said OG in unison, and it was wonderful. It was beautiful. Thank you, Rick. Kelly H. super sticker and carrot bringer. Good morning, RA family. Thank you. Now I'm caught up on those messages, and I just realized I was on top chat instead of live chat. So if I missed your message earlier today, I apologize. It's not the judge's head, it's a tuft of justice. Okay, we saved that just for the Maya case, though. Tuft of justice. And I think, who came up with that? Was that, somebody came up with that. I'm afraid I'll forget what her name is. It wasn't Melanie Little. It was Judge Carroll himself. He came up with tuft of justice. I forgot. That's awesome if you did. Giving yourself a nickname. That's awesome. We can count hot mics. That would be cool. Renee Valzo Williams.
Are you ready to proceed this morning? All right, let's bring the jury in.
Candy, we just read the bill of indictment that covered some of the details of the case. I think with it starting right now, I don't have time to go over it again, but stick here a minute. I think you'll catch up quickly. Nothing has happened, Ken. Nothing has happened. This is the murder trial, dismembering murder trial. Second wife was the victim. First wife was owed $1.5 million. Third wife, I guess, knew nothing about either. I don't know. We're going to find out a little bit. The defendant has an interesting backstory, which you're going to hear in the openings, I believe, about. So we're going to sort of let the prosecution set the stage for that as the jury comes in. Let's see. Mindy is the victim in this one. Mindy, same name as the defendant. She was married. They were married at the time. Crime committed in 2022. Her body remains, multiple pieces found spread over a 3-mile area in the woods. Had been killed and dismembered, and took a while. I think hunters might have found the torso first. She was identified by the FBI. There were sketches initially. They were trying to find out who it was. It took some time to do that. Selena K gifted a membership this morning. Thank you, Selena. Appreciate that. How many wives are alive? 2. The first one who was divorced, and I believe the second one, which I don't know if they're divorced or not now. From the details so far, it seems he only did the chopping for portability. Teresa, I think those are the facts that might come out. It didn't sound like it was a torture, butchering murder. And as terrible as that is to even say, it doesn't sound like that. It does sound like it was the need to conceal the crime that caused him to do the dismembering. Hoping for a Ford Explorer clip, says Iowa Backyard.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Good morning. Good morning. I hope you had a good evening. I appreciate you being here on time this morning, and I trust that you were all able to abide by the court's instructions and not have any access to any media accounts regarding this trial. And again, emphasize that is so important to maintain the integrity of this trial, and we all appreciate your understanding and your cooperation. I do want to give you just a basic understanding of the procedure that we will follow during the course of this trial. The trial will begin this morning with the opening statements made by the attorneys.
That's a camera right
now. I
there.
caution you that the opening statements are not evidence. They are simply an introduction to the evidence. They will give you an outline or a preview of what they expect the evidence to be in this case. And because the state has the burden of proof, the state has the right to go first. Now, again, as I mentioned yesterday, the defendant enters upon the trial of this case with a presumption that he is innocent. And that presumption stays with the defendant until such time as the state presents sufficient evidence to convince you jurors of the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. That is the state's burden of proof. After the opening statements are concluded, we will begin the presentation of evidence. You'll hear testimony from live witnesses. You'll see photographs, exhibits, documents, all of which will be introduced during the course of this trial. At the conclusion of the trial, the attorneys will give their closing arguments. And again, the closing arguments, like the opening statements, cannot be considered by you as evidence. It is very important that you pay close attention throughout the entire trial, and I will try to give you as many breaks as necessary to keep you comfortable, to keep you refreshed. In the event that you feel that you need a break and there hasn't been one, just raise your hand or try to alert the bailiffs, and we'll make all the necessary provisions to keep you comfortable. So we thank you again for your service. We thank you for abiding by those instructions. So we'll begin the trial at this time with the opening statements. Ms. Bayo, you may proceed for the state.
Your Honor, I'm going to defer, and I'm going to go second.
All right. Thank you.
What? I've never seen that. Never had the prosecution defer on an opening statement? What if defense wants to defer now?
I introduced myself yesterday, but just so, again, y'all know who I am. My name is Doug Weinstein, and I am representing Mr. Kassotis in this case. It is my honor to do so.
Dr. Bolbetter, thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, my client, Nick Kassotis, is not just an accomplished attorney and decorated JAG officer who served his country in Iraq and in the Pentagon. He is also a man who lived in fear.
He's reading off his phone.
Relentless, all-consuming fear. His wife, Mindy, also lived in fear. Mr. Kassotis is accused of the unthinkable, the absolutely unthinkable, murdering his wife. But the truth, what really happened, is far more complex. Mr. and Mrs. Kassotis were told that they were targets. You'll hear testimony that a man calling himself Jim McIntyre,
no relation,
who knows if that is his real name, claiming to be with the FBI, told them that their lives were in danger, that they had to disappear, follow orders without question, and trust no one. Not their family, not their friends, not their loved ones. Every move they made, every lie that they both told, every strange decision, and there were quite a few that you will hear about in testimony, were driven by that fear. Mr. Kassotis lied to his friends. He lied to his family. He lied to Mindy's loved ones. He lied for years. Not because he wanted to deceive them, but because he believed that their lives depended on it. You're not going to hear testimony that Mr. Kassotis killed Mindy. you will hear testimony that he tried to protect her, but he was manipulated, controlled, terrified, and that fear,
by Jim,
real and overwhelming, shaped everything that he did for years. Who's Nicholas Kassotis?
Who's Jim?
Mr. Kassotis grew up in New Hampshire, in rural New Hampshire, in an area where there were quite a bit of hunting down a road. He graduated college from Boston University. He has 2 law degrees. He has a JD degree, which is the basic law degree, like I have, a JD degree from Northeastern University up in Boston, and he has an LLM from Georgetown.
That's respectable.
In Georgetown, he specialized in national security law and in cybersecurity. You'll hear that Mr. Kassotis is a decorated military veteran, as I've already alluded to. He served in the JAG Corps for a decade. He served in Iraq. He was in the Pentagon. When he separated from service, he left as a lieutenant commander. He achieved numerous commendations within the Navy. He got the Navy and Marine Corps Achievement Medal, the Joint Service Commendation Medal. And during Nick's time in the Navy, in the JAG Corps, he would sit at this very table that the prosecutors are at now, because he, during his time at least in Italy, he was a prosecutor. You will hear testimony, I expect. I don't know everyone that the state is going to put forward, but you're going to hear testimony, I imagine, from Mr. Kassotis' first wife, Heather. They were divorced in 2015 when Mr. Kassotis learned that Heather was being unfaithful. He marries his second wife, Mindy Kassotis, the woman that was tragically murdered, and that you're here to hear evidence upon, in the fall of 2016. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Kassotis separates from the Navy. He serves for a brief time as a civilian in the Navy, but then he leaves that.
I think we're going to count Jim
And
references.
why does he leave that? He leaves because, frankly, a lot of very strange and unusual things began to happen, and you will hear testimony on that. And he eventually contacts authorities, and a man calling himself Jim McIntyre appears. Now, Jim McIntyre claims to be with the FBI, and Jim McIntyre tells Mr. Kassotis, tells Mindy, that they're in danger. They're in danger, their life is in danger, and they have to go essentially on the run. You'll also hear that following Mr. Kassotis' divorce from his first wife, Heather, she gets a $1.5 million judgment as part of the divorce against Mr. Kassotis.
I counted, and that is a lot of money.
In the course of providing that award, Mr. Kassotis was under the belief that he was the recipient of a sizable sum of money. But you will hear he never gets that money. That money was illusory. That money was allegedly being held by Jim McIntyre for Mr. Kassotis. So he believed he was getting that money. He never got that money. I imagine that the state is going to tell you that Mr. Kassotis and Mrs. Kassotis, Mindy, moving around the country is because of this $1.5 million judgment. But the reality is it was because of fear. So there's a lot going on with Jim McIntyre. There are a host of lies that are told by my client over the next few years while they are on the run.
Well, he's getting out
As
ahead
I
of it.
said, you're going to hear about the lies that they told to their friends. You're going to hear about the lies that they told to their family, and specifically that Mr. Kassotis told. But this isn't a case about that. I would like you to focus on the tragic murder of Mindy Kassotis. You're going to see horrific, awful images of Mindy Kassotis' body. Unfortunately, I imagine that they are going to stay with you long after this trial is over. You're going to see her torso. You're going to see her legs. You're going to see her head. And it will be difficult for you to see that. I'm sorry that any of us have to see that. You're going to see a Milwaukee knife that was found near the scene of her body. What aren't you going to hear? You're not going to hear evidence that that knife was used on Mindy Kassotis. You're not going to hear evidence from the state's own toolmark expert that that knife was used on Mindy Kassotis. You're going to hear about a tub that was found near her body that was likely used to transport
like a Rubbermaid
Mindy
tub.
Kassotis. You're not going to hear evidence of Mr. Kassotis' DNA on that tub. You're not going to hear evidence of Mr. Kassotis' blood on that tub. Just like in the knife, you're not going to hear evidence tying Mr. Kassotis to that specific knife. Now, you will hear evidence that Mr. Kassotis purchased the same brand and style of knife at Home Depot. But you will not see evidence again that ties Mr. Kassotis to that specific knife found at the scene.
You just bought an identical one ahead of time. It happens.
You're also going to hear evidence of a knife set that Mr. Kassotis purchased at Bass Pro Shops around the time of Mindy's death. But again, the state's own toolmark expert is not going to be able to tell you that those knives were used on Ms. Kassotis. There's a lot that the state will not be able to show you. The state will not even be able to tell you how Mindy died. They do not know how Mrs. Kassotis died. She was murdered, but how is unknown. You're not going to hear evidence telling you where Mindy was killed. They don't know where Mrs. Kassotis was killed, and you won't hear evidence about that. At the time of Mindy Kassotis' murder, Mr. and Mrs. Kassotis were living in Savannah. You'll hear evidence about the state's searching of the Airbnb that they were renting in Savannah.
Airbnb rent.
You'll hear evidence of her blood being found on the futon at that residence, along with another individual's blood. You won't hear evidence about whose blood that second individual's is.
Isn't Jim McIntyre?
The state's case is going to be very circumstantial, which is why they will tell you it takes 2 weeks to put it on. You're going to hear evidence that my client's vehicle was at the scene, because they track the GPS in the vehicle. And when I say the scene where her body was found. But you're not going to hear any eyewitnesses placing my client at the scene. You're just not going to see any of that. So while you're going to hear
yes, his car was there,
after
but nobody
witness
saw him.
after witness testify about the lies that my client told when he was on the run from the individual or individuals that were trying to harm him and his wife. You'll hear lots of that. You're not going to hear a lot of evidence tying my client to this murder. So what I ask you to do is focus on what's really at issue here. As you watch this evidence, focus on what evidence does the state have that ties Mr. Kassotis to the death of Mrs. Kassotis.
Those words might come back and bite you, sir.
They're going to want to distract you. They're going to want to get into all these other lies. They're going to want to get into his third wife. He marries another woman shortly after Mindy's death. A woman that he had been inappropriately flirting with during the last months of Mindy's life.
So, spice alert.
And after Mindy's tragic death, he goes to Pennsylvania and he marries her. But none of those are issues that are the primary issue. So I would just like you to listen to all of the state's evidence, hear what their witnesses said, look at their exhibits, and see if, once you review all of that, the state is going to meet their burden. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your attention this morning.
Thank you, counsel. Ms. Bayo.
Now the state's going to go. I've never seen it backwards like this, but... Let's hear the other side of the story. He's like, yeah, you did a good job. Did a good job. I think they bought it. That's our defendant there on the right behind the computer screen. Nicholas Kassotis. Prosecution.
December 2nd, 2022. It was the week right after Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving that year was on Thursday, the 23rd of November. That weekend for South Georgians is a big hunting weekend. It's deer season. You're going to hear that weekend, Portal Hunting Club, which is located in Riceboro, Georgia, Liberty County, right near McIntosh Line. Down off I-95, Jones Road, that turns into Barrington Ferry. But it's right over there. And you're going to hear that there were hunters out. It's a family weekend. They were all out for deer season. You're going to also hear that Portal Hunting Club is a dog club. That means is that when they hunt, they use dogs to do the hunt. And the dogs run out into the woods, and the deer run, and then the hunters shoot. And you're going to hear that one of those hunters shot a deer. And the dogs that he was using went to retrieve the buck. The dogs just weren't acting right. When he said, "Come back," dogs weren't acting right. So he went to look to figure out what was going on. He did not expect what he found. He found a headless, legless torso, nude. Completely nude, with two arms. One almost severed. her 2 legs severed, her head severed, just off the roadway. And as you can imagine, you will hear him testify. They were shocked, horrified. And I submit to you that the evidence that you will hear is that they returned to the clubhouse to try and get the police, to call somebody to come out. And you're going to hear testimony that that's when the onslaught of law enforcement kicks into high gear. They respond, and they get there by about 5 o'clock, 4:50 p.m. And you're going to hear what the hunting club area looked like. Portal Hunting Club and the area surrounding it, the adjacent territories, there's over 30,000 acres of logging territory. And they hunt on that territory with permission. That looked like a great place to drop a body if you're not from South Georgia, because that's a busy weekend. Logging, hunters, dogs. If you don't know they're there, I submit to you, you're going to hear that that wasn't a great place to leave a body, because they found it quick. It wasn't far off the road, and they found it quick. You're going to hear and see some of the information that law enforcement collected, where the torso was recovered. And you'll see those roadways. They're not asphalt. They're not like regular roadways of the highway, but they're still roadways. And the logging trucks use those. And there are cars that come through, and local citizens will cut through there when the season is going on because the locks are off the gates. And you're going to hear that people were coming and going. Lots of people. And over the next couple of days, you're going to hear what they found. But that very first day, on December 2nd of 2022, the crime scene investigator shows up, and they start documenting the crime scene. And I'm going to submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, counsel's right. I agree about one thing. There are tons of horrible pictures. And I submit to you that we will do our very best to limit what we show you. The state has a burden to prove our case beyond a reasonable doubt. And dismemberment, unfortunately, is what we were dealt. And we have to prove that. So we will present photographs to prove that. But the torso wasn't all that was found on that first day of December 2nd of 2022. Crime scene is going to talk about what they recovered there. And that investigator recovered not just the torso, but the tubs that were used to transport it. And I submit to you, you're going to hear testimony about the blood that was found inside of those tubs, that they tested it on the scene, that they knew it was first blood and then that it was human blood next, because they can test for that. And they're going to tell you also about the knife. Counsel talked to you a lot about what wasn't shown. But I submit to you, you all assured us, and I'm going to ask you to use your common sense as much as possible. You're going to hear about that knife. A Milwaukee, orange-handled, black-sheathed knife. And that knife, ladies and gentlemen, had a cleansing wipe wrapped around it. Call it what you will. Clorox wipes, things you use to clean up. Those wipes were everywhere. There were lots of them that were recovered. Because the killer...
She looks at him.
The killer didn't want to leave behind evidence. I submit to you that killer was a prosecutor. I submit to you that the evidence is going to show that he would have known to clean up. And I submit to you that there's more evidence. That knife was purchased, I submit, the evidence will show, by Nicholas James Kassotis. If you look at that picture, the state will introduce it. You can see that knife tucked under his arm. That's him on surveillance from Home Depot. And I submit to you that in case you were unsure that that was him, that's the receipt. Showing, if you look closely, that's his name, Nicholas James Kassotis.
He used his credit card.
So I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, there's no question that the evidence will show that Nicholas James Kassotis purchased that knife. And if you look at that, he bought it at 8:56 a.m. on the morning that you will ultimately hear was the day her body was dumped. The same day, hours after. And you will hear evidence of exactly how we know that. You'll see the tubs. They will be here in this courtroom. You will hear about the DNA analyst testing the substances inside of those tubs and that it was Mindy's blood in those tubs. They didn't know who she was then. They just knew there was an unidentified torso. Those tubs also get bought at Home Depot. And you're going to hear how detectives from the Liberty County Sheriff's Office and the Georgia Bureau of Investigation ran down every lead they could. And in the beginning of this case, you're going to hear that there wasn't a lot to work with. You're going to hear they found a torso with no head and no legs. And that was all they had. That, the knife, and the tubs. So you're going to hear how they started with the knife and the tubs. And then it gets worse. Because while hunters are still out hunting, we find more pieces.
Careful.
Over a 3-mile radius, pieces are dumped with no regard, I submit to you, will be the evidence. Tossed into the woods. The heavier piece, right by the edge of the road. But her legs, they're brought farther out in the woods. The second tub is recovered. I submit to you that was used to carry her leg. You're also going to hear how her head was ultimately recovered.
Content warning.
First leg found by a hunter.
That's terrible.
Separate hunter than the first crew. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear about all of the victims in this case. Because although Mindy suffered the most tragic loss, no question, every person this case touches suffered. You're going to hear there's a second hunter that finds the first leg. And then you're going to hear that they do a canine search. They deploy the dogs, cadaver dogs, to try and find the rest of her. That their job was to try and find this whole person to lay her to rest. You're going to hear that a canine recovered with his handler, of course, the second leg. And I'm not going to show it right now, but you're going to hear how they collected maggots, fly larvae, from that leg to determine when these pieces were dumped. You're going to hear from the doctor. I call him the bug doctor. He's an entomologist. Not that fancy. He's going to tell you when those bugs could have been exposed to her body and how that helped law enforcement to narrow down when she got there. That's the second tub. That was found next to the leg. And you're going to see where each of these pieces was recovered. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear that they were recovered exactly where Nicholas James Kassotis' vehicle was tracked. You're also going to hear him admit that he was there.
Defense didn't say that.
And I submit to you, you're going to hear him admit it once he realizes law enforcement can track his car. The head, unfortunately, wasn't found until 5 days later. Buried. That's the shovel. And I submit to you, you're going to see the pictures that show that a shovel was used, because you're going to see that there are roots that are disturbed, where a shovel hit roots and a new spot was picked, and her head was buried. And you're going to hear about how by some miracle that head was found. By some disturbed dirt by the roadway. And then you're going to hear and see Mr. Kassotis buying a shovel, November 4th of 2022.
At the Home Depot.
From Home Depot, just by his house in Savannah. Counsel had you believe it's circumstantial, you're not going to see anything, but I submit to you, your common sense is going to easily dictate what the evidence shows. An autopsy is conducted.
2 to 3 weeks.
2 days, because we didn't know if the head was going to be recovered. That's what you're going to hear the officers testify to. And Dr. Lehman, our medical examiner, is going to explain that. He started the autopsy on the torso and the 2 legs. He took what's called blood stain cards so that he could send the DNA to the laboratory to determine, is this the same person? We made sure we had the same person first. And on the 9th, he continued the autopsy because the head was recovered. And he's going to tell you there were 9 traumatic wounds to her skull.
Most likely
when she was
alive.
Beaten on the head. You will see it. Those didn't go away. One of them resulting in a small fracture. I submit to you, you're also going to see her abdominal wounds. And you're going to hear why. The state is going to present to you a reason why there were wounds to her abdomen as well. And unfortunately, you're going to hear about the dismemberment. You're going to hear from the doctor. He can't rule out certain things. And I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear the reason he can't is because of the defendant. I submit to you, he can't rule out, for example, asphyxia, choking, because her neck is missing. Parts of her body have been so damaged that he can't do anything about that. That's what you're going to hear. He won't guess. You will not hear any guessing from the state. You will hear facts. And I submit to you, those facts will be compelling. Who is she? That was the next step, right? Who is she? How do we figure out that it's Mindy? Now, I've called her Mindy, but the detectives and law enforcement, they didn't know yet. They're going to talk to you about what they did at the time. They tried to test her fingerprints at the scene. They had her hands. They weren't on record. You're going to hear that they went ahead and they checked after the autopsy. She had actually on the right side a dental implant, like a crown. They couldn't track that, but they tried. You're going to hear that they did her DNA. They're going to hear that it wasn't in the system. And they went to genetic genealogy. God bless our country. Technology gets better and better.
It's not just a USA thing.
And they were able to get leads to figure out who she might be related to try and figure out who this woman was. And you're going to hear that the lead that they got dealing with the FBI was for who might be her mother, Betsy Mebane. And Betsy Mebane, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear they did her buccal swabs. It's like a Q-tip, those cotton swabs that they put inside your mouth, and they collected mom's DNA. And it turned out that was her mother. 99.9999% statistically. That is Mindy. You're going to hear about the forensic sketches that came out, that they tried to find information, and the hundreds of leads that law enforcement ran down. You're going to hear about all of the work that everyone put in to try and figure out who is this woman. All while they were trying to run down the knife and the tubs because that's all they had at the scene at the time. Remember I told you the doctor, the entomologist, he will estimate the dates of exposure between a window. And he gives a window, and he'll explain to you why there's a window of the 27th through the 29th. And the mean, or the median, right in the middle, is the 28th. But it could be a little bit before or a little bit after, because he's going to tell you how he did DNA on the fly larvae to figure out how far along they were in their life cycle, so he could know exactly when her body was dumped there. But that in and of itself isn't all you're going to have. Now that we know it's Mindy Mebane Kassotis, you're going to hear that law enforcement went and talked to the people that last saw her alive to, again, keep closing in that window, right? And you're going to hear that she was at her house with the defendant at the time in Savannah. Her parents had gone away for Thanksgiving weekend. Her dad's going to tell you that he saw her a couple of days before they left. They went up to Hilton Head with their youngest son, and that they were not at the house that weekend. The four of them, you're going to hear, lived together. Mindy, Mr. Kassotis, her mother, and her father. And that her mom and dad went away knowing that Mindy wasn't feeling well, that she was on bed rest from being 8 months pregnant. That's what her parents thought. In fact, you're going to hear that they thought that January was her due date. And that she didn't go because she was going to stay home. She didn't feel well. And you're going to also hear them tell you that they were very glad to hear when Mr. Kassotis advised them that Mindy was in the hospital, because they thought, great, she's going to get treatment. They're going to take care of her. We're not worried. So they weren't surprised when they came home and they didn't see Mindy. And you're going to hear one of the most compelling things. Her dad had hip surgery November 30th of 2022 when he came back from Hilton Head. And when he came back, he went into the hospital, St. Joseph Candler, near the house. It was an overnight stay. And on December 1st, when he came back, Mr. Kassotis helped him into the house with his wife. It's a couple of steps to walk in, and he had just had hip surgery. And you're going to hear Mr. Kassotis told her parents, don't worry, I'll take care of Mr. Mebane. Go back to work. Mrs. Mebane, go back to work. I'll watch him. And while they're in the house together, he says to her father, I'm going to get Mindy. She's dead. I'm going to get Mindy is what you will hear, but she's dead. And he knew that. And I'll tell you why. The evidence is going to show that they were at this house in Savannah, and that in the house in Savannah, there's blood in the house, and it's Mindy's blood. And you're going to note, notably, you're going to see the photographs, that blood is right where her head would be on the futon. You're going to hear about blood specks on the wall, that they needed to use blue star, a luminescent, to find, because it had been cleaned up. You're going to hear, we don't know whether she died there. But there was definitely a bloodletting event there. And the only person with access was Nicholas James Kassotis. So we follow his car, because now we know it's the 29th, 27th through the 29th. And what we find, his car is a green Ford Explorer. And if you see at the top of that frame, there's a City of Riceboro building, and that building has a camera. And that camera captures a green Ford Explorer driving past it November 29th. I submit to you the evidence will show that that's the same day, if you recall, he bought that knife that was found on the crime scene. 8:56 in the morning. You're going to see his car. I submit to you, drive right past it. And I'm going to submit to you that the evidence that you're going to see that tells you why we know it's his car is that car has Bluetooth. When you buy a new car and your phone can sync so you can talk on your phone, lots of those new cars do that. AT&T keeps those records.
Jim McIntyre will become clear here when defense talks.
But AT&T.
Oh, there he is right now.
I'm going to submit to you an independent third party, no interest in this case. And those records are going to show his car pinged from his house to Home Depot and his whole drive right down 95 to Riceboro, right across into where he dumps the body. And he's going to admit on the audio statements to law enforcement post Miranda, an attorney who waived his rights, he told them,
she's rubbing that in.
I turned off my GPS. And you're going to hear the surprise in his voice when he learns they can track his car too. You're going to hear that the car and the phone follow the same path. You're going to see that witness from Riceboro, and you're going to see those photographs. And there they are. You're going to see his Ford Explorer drive right past it. You're going to see the Georgia records that show it's his car. You're going to see the car records that show he bought that car with cash. Almost $46,000 of cash. But he claims Mr. McIntyre was running all of his money and he had no money. That's what you're going to hear. And we're going to tell you where he had money from. You're going to see the car come and you're going to see the car go. And I told you, we followed the phones. That's why I said December 1st. When he tells her parents he's going to the hospital to pick her up, she's already dead. Because he put her there. You're going to hear why everybody believed Mr. Kassotis. Counsel just told you all these wonderful things about his client. Decorated military veteran, prosecutor, judge advocate general with the Navy, Pentagon, Boston, family that believed him. Everybody believed him. On paper, he looked like Prince Charming. I submit to you that's what the evidence will show. And then you're going to hear the statements from the defendant. And I submit to you, you should listen to them very carefully. There's a lot of information in there. And it's information that law enforcement was able to run down. It's not just lies, it's things that are impossible, I submit to you. And the question becomes why, right? Mr. Weinstein talked a little bit about the divorce. And I'm going to submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that after 10 years as a decorated military veteran, Mr. Kassotis just leaves the Navy. But he leaves because he owes his first wife $1,500,000+, and the Navy is going to make him pay it.
That's pretty standard for an open, I submit to you.
I submit to you that that divorce you're going to hear about, and you're going to hear about it from the understanding of why him and Mindy were on the run.
We'll probably only hear it during the...
Mindy will be afraid. I submit to you, he fooled her too. I submit the evidence is going to show that her close family and friends are going to tell you that she was afraid. She bought it, and she paid for that with her life. I submit to you, you're going to hear that there was a new woman, that Mr. Kassotis, before he even had this death, was already moved on. He started talking to a new woman. She didn't know. You're going to hear she did not know he had a wife. She was not from here. She was not in any way aware of what was going on. And that he tricked her too. And you're going to hear that he was running as quick as he could away from Georgia. You're going to hear that they got remarried. She was found on December 2nd, that he was already engaged by February, and that he was already married again by April. That he changed his name several times in multiple states. I submit to you, he didn't want to pay that money. That's what you're going to hear. And you're going to hear how he tried to seal off the loose ends. Changing his name, he burned the car. I submit to you, that's what the evidence will show.
Doesn't look green anymore.
To the ground.
Still has tires.
March. Brand new Ford Explorer.
Usually the tires go.
That's what the evidence is going to show. So let's talk for just a moment about the charges. You're going to hear that the state has charged the defendant, and you're going to listen to the court. So anything I say about the law, if there's any discrepancy, you follow Judge Rose. Malice murder, intent to kill. Every blow is an intent to kill when you're striking somebody in the head. Do we know if that killed her? No, we don't. But we know that all of those contributed to her death, and you're going to hear that from the pathologist, medical doctor. You're going to also hear felony murder, which is aggravated assault, where you intend to cause harm, serious bodily injury, but it ultimately kills them. So even if you don't think for a moment that at each blow it was intent to kill, felony murder is if I intended to assault, then they die, it's felony murder. And you're going to hear something about venue, where she was killed. Counsel pointed out quite a bit about what the state doesn't know. We don't. And the law in the state of Georgia, and you're going to listen to Judge Rose, specifically instructs on venue. It talks about either the county in which the cause of death was inflicted, which in this case, you're going to hear everyone say they don't know exactly when she took her last breath, because her body was dismembered and tossed over 3 miles. But they also, under the law, it says, if a dead body is discovered in this state and it cannot be readily determined in what county the cause of death was inflicted, it shall be considered that the cause of death was inflicted in the county in which the dead body was discovered. The law anticipates cases like this.
Smokey O'Leary, thank you very much.
And I submit to you, that's what we have. Mindy's body was in Liberty. That's why we are here. You're also going to hear about concealing the death of another, trying to hide the death itself. You're going to hear about the possession of the knife, and you're going to hear about more than one knife, the deer processing kit and the knife itself, that Milwaukee knife. And I submit to you, you have to get through the flesh to get to the bones. And you're going to hear the tool mark expert explain you can't do tool marks on flesh. You're going to hear about possession of tools for the commission of the crime. Those would be the Ford Explorer itself for transporting the body, the insulation knife to get access to the bones, the deer processing kit to potentially cut through the bones, and the tubs that were used to transport her, the shovel that was used to bury her head and partially one of her legs, and the removal of body parts. Because they got moved all over. You're going to see them all over that map. And then the tampering, those cleansing wipes, trying to get rid of biological evidence. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, a prosecutor would know that. I ask you, ladies and gentlemen, to bring your common sense. Follow the law and give justice to Mindy and Evan. Thank you.
Doesn't use Mindy's last name because it's the same as the defendant.
All right, thank you, counsel. If you would please call the first witness.
Here we go.
And we approach.
Yes, sir.
And we start with the sidebar. All right. Yes, we do have a crooked camera here. That is the judge. That little device on his desk right there is a beautiful, beautiful Panasonic pan-tilt zoom camera. They run $20,000 each, and I want one. They're so nice. Jim McIntyre counter in the bottom right-hand corner. The defense.
I'll take about a 10-minute recess, so if you would please step out with the bailiff, and we'll have you back in here shortly. Thank you.
The defense. Let me talk to you just for a minute. We're going to take a break here as well. They said 10 minutes, right? The defense said that they that there's basically a boogeyman. There's this other person involved that was sort of running their lives. That the Kassotis were living in fear because someone was after them, and Jim was warning them, and this Jim McIntyre guy sort of controlled their actions for their own good or something like that. This sounds like something out of a bad fiction novel, because I think it is. It doesn't hold up. It's crazy. But we're going to hear the defense bring up throughout this trial Jim McIntyre. And we're going to hear all about how Jim McIntyre had the money, and Jim McIntyre told him to do this and that. It's a little bit wild. And just for your information, no relation. I don't think I'm related to any Jim McIntyres. We do share the same last name. No relation. He was not at the family reunion last week. That's for sure. Not a relative. When did this happen? This happened in basically November 29th, they think that he dumped the body. Remember, that's the day he went to the Home Depot and bought the insulation knife, and then dumped the body around 3 miles in that hunting preserve right before deer season. So the first weekend of deer season, basically they found the torso first, but they don't know exactly when she died or how she died. There's injuries to the head, which could indicate. I would suggest the injuries to the head would most likely occur when she was alive. But one key part, they did not find everything. They did not find her neck. And a prosecutor might know how easy it is to determine if strangulation occurred from in autopsy, from analyzing the neck. Her neck was not found. It was separate from her head and from her torso. So what about her being pregnant? Well, I think that was a story. I think the prosecutor didn't make that very clear. But the story that he told her parents was that she was pregnant, probably as an excuse or explaining something one way or another. I don't think there's any evidence to that effect. Otherwise, there would be additional charges, I think, in Georgia. So that was another part of another one of those lies, which we will probably hear many of. But as we wait for them to come back from their break, this is crazy. This is the retrial. This is wild. This is crazy. A JAG attorney. This guy, he knows courtrooms, he knows evidence, he knows procedure, and he's accused. And he waived his Miranda rights? What? What attorney does that? I mean, this is just wild. I mean, you get into the whole $1.5 million owed to his ex-wife. I think the Jim McIntyre thing must have started by then, because Jim McIntyre was going to get them a whole bunch of money. And maybe it's that story that got him owing $1.5 million. I don't know. We'll have to see if that's what. But that's where that came from. Let's see. Sloth Life says, take this break, pop out of chat, and hit the like, please. It supports the channel so much. It does. It is extremely helpful. It is free today as well. So we're gonna do that. Wow. Do you have this view? Can you see? Let me set this up with viewer mode. Let's go full screen. This picture right here that they showed earlier of Mindy, his wife. The one on the left is a photo of her. On the right, this is a a sketch that was done. I believe this was done afterwards, trying to identify her. When they found body parts, they struggled to identify her initially. They had to go all the way through genetic testing to find her. But I believe the picture on the right was a basically they took the head that they found buried and recreated what she would have looked like previously without the injuries, to try to spark some, have you seen this person type situation. But just wild. Yeah, genetic genealogy. I'm pretty sure that's like a worldwide thing. I'm not sure if it's linked just to the United States, or maybe it was invented here. I don't know if it was. Maybe she's right. But God bless the USA. We have genetic genealogy. Maybe it's that in the U.S. court system, this sort of evidence is allowed. Maybe that's what she was referring to, which it might be allowed elsewhere as well. But Sharon, I don't know the geography of Georgia very well. We do have a couple people in chat who do. We have a couple people in chat who are familiar not just with the state and the counties in play, but also even so much as the hunting preserve where her body was found. So ask a bit here in chat, and we can get a few answers for you. There goes RA claiming another invention for the U.S. Soft life. Where was it? Okay, somebody find out where genetic forensic genealogy, where was that invented? Come on, help me out. They kept saying Savannah, and I don't know the I hear that when you type that. I don't know the area very well, so I'm going to become more familiar with this over the trial. But I think it's key that that because they don't know when she died, they're holding the trial in the county where her body was found. Because of Georgia law, you can assume it that way. You can assume that that's where the death occurred. I don't know if that means that the Airbnb they were staying at that has signs of struggle, that has signs of a fight, that has blood evidence there in the Airbnb, which just gives me nightmares as an Airbnb owner myself. I don't know if that was in a different county or the same county. It would be confusing to the jury if it was in a different county, when you're like, why are we here if it appears she was killed there? Not sure. I think she was saying the U.S. invented DNA. I think that's what she was saying as well. And it's true, the proceedings are secret, the indictments afterwards are not. All right. Ivan just randomly inserts the price of Bitcoin. Ivan, glad you're doing well. Oh, the bug doctor. This is going to be fascinating. I realize you guys know I don't like bugs very much, right? But the science behind the bug doctor and why it would be important to testify in a murder trial, they use it to determine the time of death. Because when meat or a corpse is set out in nature, in the elements, you can basically set your watch and see how fast different things happen, specifically with decomposition and the attracting the critters, the bugs that begin that process or speed up that process. They can then basically say we found it and take a snapshot of what the bug activity was on the corpse at that time, and then reverse the clock backwards to see when the time of death was or when the body was placed there. So that's why we get the 29th of November date, because yes, life cycles are very precise, and we've studied them a lot. Let's see, Josh, look in mod chat. I shall do that. Let's see. Her dismembered body was found in multiple places near Jones Road in Liberty and McIntosh counties. Liberty and McIntosh. I think the preserve spans 2 counties, so that's what he's saying there. In December of 2022, according to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, so her body was located in 2 different counties. Wow. Some other facts about this one. Mr. Kassotis has been in custody since he was arrested for this, but he was granted a bond. But it was $5 million cash bond and a $10 million property bond. That he was required to wear an ankle monitor and couldn't contact witnesses. But he was never able to post. He never was able to come up with the money. So he's been in custody since May 12th of 2023. And he has lost a significant weight, which oftentimes people do when they're on a very controlled diet in a jail setting. Maybe our first forensic entomologist to testify. Tony, yes, we have a new trial. We just barely heard the opening statements. We're expecting any second now, actually, the judge to come back. With the first witness, who we've had a break right before this. I'm not sure why. I don't know why. It seems strange to have a break between openings and the first witness. But another interesting thing that I've never seen in a trial until this one was the prosecution deferring on the opening statement to let the defense go first. I think it was extremely effective as far as tactics go, because defense could not challenge or address anything she said. I didn't know it was even a possibility for defense to do that. I know that or for the prosecution to do that. I know that the defense can defer until the beginning of their case, and so basically halfway through trial, or 2/3 of the way through trial, as it typically is, then they get up and give their opening statement. Which gives them a lot of advantage, but also disadvantage, because the jury's heard nothing but the prosecution's side until that point. This was weird. I've never seen it like that. This guy's living in an alternate universe. I can't wait to hear. We've been told there are lies upon lies upon lies, and defense even got out ahead of it. Right? You saw him Mr. Weinstein try to just preface everything. Yeah, my client lies. He tells lies. Lots of them. That's what he does. He's sort of a liar. But believe me when I say Jim McIntyre. Josh, giving some more info. The jury is made up of 7 women and 5 men. We have 4 alternates at this time. I don't believe any have been dismissed. Hopefully we can keep them throughout the trial. I like the state going second. I did as well. But it sort of forced the defense to just guess and admit everything, right? They have to admit the shady facts. And man, are there a bunch of them. You can get on I-95 and hit all 3 of those counties without stopping. I've never stopped in Georgia. Driven through twice, but.
I think so. Okay. All right, let's bring the jury in, please.
Jury's coming in. Sarah, yeah, I would go back and watch it. It's absurd a little bit. It seems incredulous, I think was the word that came to mind when I was listening to the defense's opening statement. Critters. Do any of you know Jim McIntyre? Because we're trying to figure out who he is too. Ivan, thank you. It is so good to be home.
Excuse me, Your Honor. I'm going to call the jury, and I'd just like to approach with counsel.
Yes, sir.
Another sidebar. Second sidebar is the jury's coming back in. The only thing that would make this case even wilder is that at this point he takes a plea deal or changes his plea. Prosecution had a better opener. She has a better set of facts to work with. They're on her side. She knows that she does not have to stand up there and get the jury to try to connect the dots between the evidence. She's got pictures of him carrying an identical knife the day that they say her body was dropped in the forest. She's got video of him doing that. She's got pictures of him buying the shovel and the buried. She's got the tubs. Everything matches up, and the timeline matches up as well. And then you got the GPS of the car, and it's gonna be like this is not like the circumstantial case in the way the defense wanted to present this as. It's like, if you look at it in the right light, it could look like my client's guilty, but there's no evidence. There's evidence.
All right, everyone, please be seated.
Defendant's there behind the computer monitor.
Please call the first witness.
His lawyer's the bald man with the yellow pad next to him.
Mr. Levitt, please raise your right hand.
Owen Levitt's first witness.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Sounds like a hunter. Might be the gentleman that found the torso.
Would you state your name, please?
David Olin Levitt.
What do you go by? What are your friends?
Olin, O-L-I-N.
Mr. Levitt, where do you live?
Statesboro.
How long you been living there?
All my life.
How old are you?
62.
Are you employed?
Yes, sir.
Where do you work?
Levitt Mills Excavating.
Yeah.
Self-employed.
What kind of business is that?
Earthwork, dirt work, heavy equipment, construction.
You married?
Yes, sir.
How long you been married?
35 years.
You have kids?
Yes, sir.
How many?
3.
Oh. What's the oldest? What's the youngest?
35 and 27.
Boys or girls?
All boys.
What's the oldest son do?
Builds cabinets.
The middle son?
Works for a fire retardant company.
And the youngest son?
He works for me.
It's a hard-working
in the construction business.
Are you affiliated with any house of worship in Bullitt County?
Yes, sir. Statesboro Worships.
And how long you been affiliated with that?
Just 2 years, because we just started this church.
Before that, were you affiliated with
First
another?
United Methodist Church.
And
all
how
my
long?
life.
How long were you?
All
with,
my life.
He guesses the question. Let him finish the
Are
question.
you familiar with the Portal Hunting Club?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
That's a hunt club, been in existence since 1900 in below Riceboro down here.
How long have you been a member?
15 years.
How big is that hunting area?
13,000 acres.
Is there an older hunting club in Georgia?
No, sir.
Is there a clubhouse on that property?
Yes, sir.
Describe for the jury that clubhouse.
It's a block building, probably 40 by 70, with 4 bedrooms and a big kitchen in the back, and a den in the middle with a big fireplace.
And how does that clubhouse get used?
When we hunt, that's where we stay. You know, most everybody's from Statesboro or Portal, which is right above Statesboro, so we all stay there in the bedrooms. There's 4 bedrooms.
So you say most of the members are from Statesboro?
Yes, sir.
Why isn't there a hunt club in Statesboro?
There is, but just we like to get away, you know. Try to stay out of trouble, but obviously.
Now let me direct your attention to Friday, December 2nd, 2022. Did you have occasion to be on the Portal Hunting Club property on that date?
Yes, sir.
Was there something special about that weekend?
I don't think so. Was that the weekend after Thanksgiving?
Okay. Were you with any other hunters?
A group of us, yes, sir. Probably 30 people.
Now, describe for the jury when you're down there hunting how the hunting takes place.
We usually surround the block and then turn dogs out in strategic places and try to jump a deer and run a deer, and that's what happened.
Okay. And did you have another hunter nearby where you were?
Yes, sir.
Who was
Next
that?
in David Brannon. He was down probably a couple hundred yards from him.
So while you were out there hunting, did you see a deer?
Yes, sir.
Did you take a shot?
I did.
What happened after you took a shot?
I killed it.
On the spot?
Yes, sir.
Then what do you do after you shoot the deer?
Well, I went down there to look, and David, my next stander, he came down with me, and we walked down there and saw the deer, and that's when I saw the torso in the ditch, and I thought it was a hog because there's a bunch of wild hogs down there, and I just thought it was a hog. And Dave and I looked at the deer, and then we went over. He said, "What's that?" And we went over and looked at it, and it wound up being a torso.
Did you touch it or do anything with it?
No, sir. It was down in a ditch in the water.
I'm showing you now what's marked as State's Exhibit number 2.1. Do you recognize what this is a picture of?
Yes, sir.
What is it a picture of?
That's a picture of the torso we found.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the torso as you saw it that day?
Yes, sir. I really don't remember but one arm. I don't know if this arm was under the water or what.
I'll tender it this time State's Exhibit 2.1.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is admitted.
And I would ask that this time it be published for the jury.
You may, sir.
All right, thank you. Mr. Lovett, after you.
We do have a content warning in place just overall this whole trial in case the picture is accidentally shown.
The cameras are on.
It's just showing a blank screen.
Yeah.
Kayla Noodle, thank you very much. One more month, you'll hit the 24-month mark. Oh, gee. Lynn Keeble, welcome to the gallery. Thank you. Love that continued support. Yeah, this witness could probably tell some stories. He might be. I admit, I'm not a fan of the style of hunting they do. They do it here in North Carolina. It doesn't seem right to me. I was raised. I'm okay with hunting, but it doesn't seem very sporting to me. Like giving the deer a fair chance. But I wouldn't mind spending some time talking to you.
Yes.
They're attempting to get the projector to show the image of the torso as it was seen by law enforcement. Photographed as soon as they found it. Currently the projector is only showing a white screen. You have that shirt. It looks like a Columbia. Isn't that a Columbia?
My apologies, Your Honor.
That's all right.
I do have it, which is the cheaper version. I want the deer to have guns too. No, I just think you have to sneak up on them. That's it. The clothing, bless you. The clothing item or the body parts were not in the torsos. The torsos, the tubs. Excuse me. The body parts were not in the tubs. The tubs were used to transport the body items, which were then dumped.
Is it an alcohol?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, where's what?
Thank you.
We've seen it one time before. It might have been the Border Patrol trial.
That's fine. Mr. Lovett, what did you do after you discovered that torso?
We went back to the clubhouse and told some senior members, and they called the sheriff's office, 911.
How far is the clubhouse from where you found the torso?
Probably 2 miles.
And after you asked somebody to call the police, then where did you go?
I stayed at the clubhouse until they called us back down there.
Okay, and ultimately you went back down there
Yes,
around the
sir.
time the police arrived?
Yes, sir.
Do you know Philip McCallor?
I do.
Was Mr. McCallor out there that day?
He was.
For so long as you were in the presence of that torso, did you or any of the other hunters touch it?
Oh, no.
Do you recall about how long it took the first officer to get there?
Not long at all, probably 15, 20 minutes at the most.
When that first officer arrived, was the torso in the same condition as you saw it?
Yes, sir.
While you were there, did you see the police put up crime scene tape?
Yes, sir.
And when the tape was put up, did you and the other hunters move outside the crime scene tape?
Yes, sir.
And were you there when Philip McCallard found something?
Yes, sir.
Did you see what he found?
Yes, sir.
What was it?
A tote turned upside down, if I remember correctly.
That's all the questions I have.
All right, counsel, cross-examination.
Let's see if they cross it all. Alicia, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much.
Mr. Lovett. I'm Doug Weinstein. I represent Mr. Kassotis. Just a few questions for you. How long have you been hunting?
All my life.
And that year, I guess of 2022, when was the hunting season that year?
Like third Saturday in October till about the second Saturday in January.
How'd you know it was hunting season?
That's kind of a silly question, to be honest with you. I mean, our life surrounds that.
It's not a secret that it's hunting season, right?
Indeed.
You don't need to show some special handshake to know it's hunting season,
No,
right?
Sir. No, sir.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, sir. You're excused. Appreciate being here.
Thank you.
Weird question.
State calls Anthony Brown.
Witness number 2, Anthony Brown. I think he was another person who helped find parts. That question might have gone to show that a smart person would know that it was hunting season, and my client's is smart, so it wouldn't have been him. Sort of that sort of thought process is all I can see the effectiveness for that weird question. Now we need a special handshake in our little group here. So.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Before you're seated, please raise your right hand and take the oath.
Do you swear and affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I wonder what he brought with him. A statement?
Would you state your name, please?
Anthony Brown.
How are you currently employed?
Went to Liberty County Sheriff's Office, but assigned to the U.S. Marshal Task Force.
What do you do when you're assigned to the U.S. Marshal Task Force?
We're responsible for tracking fugitives.
Now, before you were in civil law enforcement, were you in military law enforcement anyway?
Yes.
Where?
United States Army.
From when to when?
From 2002 to 2008.
And what were your duties as law enforcement in the Army?
Served on patrol as a military police and also as a desk sergeant at Fort Monroe.
In total, how long have you been a law enforcement officer?
22, 23 years.
What's your current rank?
Lieutenant.
Did you have occasion to be working on Friday, December 2nd, 2022 at around 4:50 p.m.?
Yes.
And around that time, did you receive a dispatch to go somewhere?
Yes.
Where were you dispatched to?
I was dispatched to Barrington Ferry Road near the water tower out in Riceboro.
What time did your shift begin that day? Do you remember?
4:45.
And did you go to that location?
Yes.
When you got there, what happened?
Upon arrival, I met with the caller, who was George Kell, who stated that they had found a headless body in a ditch, and he took me to where it was at. I followed him in my patrol vehicle.
About how long a drive was it from the clubhouse to the torso?
Well, we didn't meet at the clubhouse. We met at, if I remember correctly, it was at Sandy Run and Barrington Ferry. It had to be less than a mile, maybe a mile, close to something like that.
When you got to the scene, what did you observe?
When I arrived on scene, I saw some other vehicles parked on the road that we drove down. There was also some other hunters that was standing around near a ditch.
I'm showing you now what's marked as State's Exhibit 2.2. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
What is this?
That appeared to be my patrol vehicle with the hunters that I made contact with on the road that we drove down to get to the body.
This looks like about the time you arrived on the scene?
Yes.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the scene as you observed it as you arrived?
Yes.
I'll tender into evidence State's Exhibit 2.2.
Any objection?
Just take a look. No objection.
It's admitted.
If you're struggling with the accent, I think it will grow on you. I like it. It's.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 2.1. It's previously been admitted. You recognize what this is photographed of?
Yes.
What is it a picture of?
It appeared to be the body that was in the ditch upon my arrival that day.
With court's permission, can we publish Exhibit 2.2 to the jury?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Are you familiar with this area where the torso was found?
No, I had never patrolled that area. Even though it was in my jurisdiction, I had never drove into the hunting club.
And what is your jurisdiction?
My jurisdiction at the time was Liberty County, the county as a whole.
And the torso was found in Liberty County?
Yes.
After you arrived, what were some of the first things that you directed the other officers to do?
So the next officer on scene was Corporal Martin. I advised him to put up a crime scene tape so that we can block it off to start a crime scene log for anybody coming in and out of the crime scene.
And when that crime scene tape was put up, where were the hunters directed to go?
After I spoke with them and took down their names, they was escorted out of the crime scene.
You mentioned something about a crime scene log?
Yes.
Who maintained that log?
I did.
I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 2.3. You can ask if you can identify that.
Yes.
What is it?
It appeared to be the crime scene log that I started while on scene.
And it's a true and accurate copy of the original that you prepared?
Yes.
I'll tender at this time State's Exhibit 2.3.
No objection, John.
It's admitted.
We could publish State's Exhibit 2.3.
This is the same defense attorney from the YSL trial.
Can you see 2.3 from your monitor?
Yes, sir.
Was a detective from the Liberty County Sheriff's Office called to the scene?
Yes, sir.
And who was that detective?
Jack Frost.
And when did Jack Frost arrive on scene?
Said Jack
If I
Frost.
could refer to my
That's a great name.
report, please.
Can you see it on the screen, or would you rather have a paper copy?
So the time into the crime scene was 1713 hours, which is 5:13 p.m.
It's the fastest we've ever seen doing the conversions.
Yes, sir. 5:13 p.m. is the time he entered the crime scene.
And do you have listed in your report the hunters that were already there when you arrived?
Yes, sir.
Do you have them listed by name?
Yes, sir, by name.
Could you report to the jury the names of the hunters you found on the scene when you arrived?
Yes, sir. It was George Cale, David Lovett, David Branning, Casey Durden, Gerald Cale, Philip McCollar, and Thomas Stedman. Stephen Stedman.
And what do you show the time that they were on scene?
The times I show for those personnel was 16:45, which is 4:45 p.m.
Angie, thank you so much.
I heard you call out the name of Philip McCollar. Was he one of the hunters?
So he was one of the personnel on scene at the time. So,
were you present when Mr. McCollar found something?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall what it was he found?
Yeah, so at one point we walked back towards Barrington Ferry Road from the road that we were on. And while we were standing there talking, he noticed a knife at the edge of the wood line where the road meet with Barrington Ferry.
Objection to hearsay about what the other officer noticed.
I'll sustain the objection.
Based on what you were told, did you go to a location and see something?
Yes.
What did you see?
I saw a knife at the edge of the wood line where it meets Barrington Ferry Road. And there was also some Tupperware type bins that was there also.
Was that inside or outside the crime scene tape that was initially put up?
At the time it was outside.
And did that change the location of the crime scene tape after that was discovered?
Yes. At that time I directed my patrol guys to push the crime scene tape back up to Barrington Ferry Road beyond the evidence that we were looking at.
At some point was a decision made to call in the GBI to investigate?
Yes.
Were you present when Agent Sands arrived on scene?
Yes.
Based on your crime scene log, what time did Agent Sands arrive?
1959 hours, which is 7:59 p.m.
That's all the questions I have.
Any cross-examination?
They cross it.
Yes, thank you, Governor.
See if it's another weird question.
I'm sorry, Mr. Brown. What's your proper title?
Lieutenant.
Lieutenant Brown. Okay, I apologize.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Lieutenant Brown, my name is Doug Weinstein. I represent Mr. Kassotis in this case. You testified that when you got to the initial scene, when you first pulled up, there were other vehicles on the scene.
Yes, sir.
How many other vehicles were there?
I do not recall.
More than 2? More than 5?
It had to be more than 2 because there was vehicles on the scene to include the caller who took me to the scene, I believe. Yes.
And what kind of road is that? Do you remember if that's a paved road or a dirt road?
It's a dirt road. It was a dirt road.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And what efforts were made to secure the road itself?
Meaning like the crime scene?
To keep vehicles from driving. Were any efforts made to keep vehicles from driving up and down that road?
So we allowed those vehicles to leave off of there, but after that, no other vehicles were allowed on the road. Yes, sir.
And how far was the torso found from the road?
I don't recall the approximate distance.
Okay. Thank you, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you, Judge. Yes, sir.
Phil, I'm sorry, may we approach?
Yes, sir.
When they say we approach, he means it. The client and the lawyer get to go up there. Who's that guy in the black shirt in the back? He just did this out of the picture. Okay, it's really buzzy. Sorry about that. We'll turn it down a tiny bit. If someone was a JAG lawyer when they get out of the military, do they have to take the bar in their state to practice law? I don't know. I know a JAG lawyer. Maybe I can call him and ask. Why does he even bother asking questions? Probably just so that defense sees him asking questions. Or maybe to distract from some of the information.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I do need you to step out for a few minutes. We'll take a short recess, please.
Carolyn, we're going to stick with this one. We might see the jury, see the members in the audience saying, what's happening? What happened? I believe we have a little argument outside the presence of the jury. Hanging with Yins, finally Pink. Congratulations on 24 months. You're all amazing. That is just amazing. So many people with pink courthouses. Once the jury leaves, see if we get to hear this.
Everyone, please be seated. If counsel will approach again.
sidebar situation is crazy. There's a tape recorder up there. Somebody just checked. Somebody coming in. I think this might be media. Either media or technical in the courtroom. The judges pointed in different parts of the courtroom, probably either what they're allowed to film or what they're not, or what cameras are being used or what's not, or mics are being used and what's not. But the person being questioned is not on defense or prosecution. Also does not look like it would be a witness in this trial. DSN, thank you very much for the super sticker. What are we counting? We're counting the number of times Jim McIntyre is brought up in this trial. And you might ask, why did you pick that name? Well, we didn't. The defendant did. The defendant has cited Jim McIntyre as a reason for a lot of his actions. And, you know, and this mysterious figure who possibly worked for the FBI or didn't, as the case may be, that has been in his life controlling actions and money and things like that. It's going to become more clear as the case goes on. Those 8 references, well, 6 of those 8 references we've had so far were from the defense in their opening statement. 2 of them were from the prosecution. But it's going to, every time we hear Jim McIntyre, listen carefully and tell me if you believe what's happening. Melissa, thank you. I did just retweet that from Tennessee. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, TBI, did capture their suspect, Austin Drummond, wanted in the quadruple murder case. So he's now in custody. Trina Grant, member for 24 months, also has a pink courthouse OG. That is awesome. We're in a little break as we're trying to figure out what is happening. Reba's hot, especially in like Tremors, right? It's a desert one, so she shoots an elephant gun in the movie Tremors. Tries to kill one of those sandworm things. Now, if they could find the Washington and Montana runners. There are actually a couple manhunts going on. There was one in California, one in Texas, I think over the weekend as well. When we're opening statements started about half an hour into the live stream this morning, and they were unique in that the prosecution deferred and went second. Does look like defense is objecting to something about media coverage. And he might be reviewing video. Judge is waiting for it. A couple people from the gallery trying to read over their shoulders, see what's happening on the computer screens. Oh no, they're looking at a picture. They're looking at an image. They've specifically turned it around because they don't want the audience to see. Nicole P., also member for 24 months. Another OG. Like you say, once we join, we can never leave. Love being a member of this community. Thank you for all you do and don't do, right, Nicole? Thank you very much, Nicole. It wouldn't be the same without you here. Thank you so much for your support. I think they're concerned about the images that are being shown. I haven't seen the pool feed providing those images beyond what's okay. We haven't seen any body parts pictures. Simply Nikki, thank you very much. Got the yellow courthouse.
We good?
We're good.
Okay. All right, let's bring the jury back in.
Everything's fine. They've sorted the details. It's interesting after having covered a couple trials where the defendant is almost expressionless. Brian Koberger, Shelby Neely. This defendant is highly animated, especially this conversation with his lawyer. So, can't understand how this guy could be so sloppy if he's a prosecutor. Yeah, who buys the murder weapon with their credit card? Sociopath. And leaves it at the scene. And you'll see the picture of the knife left at the scene. The knife was jammed into the sheath backwards. And by that, I mean the sheath, we'll use the prop from Brian Koberger. The sheath has a direction to it, right? So the blade, it's like that. It was turned in like this and jammed in like this way. So it would prevent the knife from going all the way in the sheath.
All right, our jury's back in place. Everyone, please be seated. Please call the next witness.
Philip McCallum.
Philip McCallum.
Philip McCallum. What was his name?
Please raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I did. Please be seated.
State your name, please, for the jury.
Philip McCallum.
How do you spell your last name?
McCallar.
Where do you live?
Recently moved to Shellman Bluff, Georgia.
Before that, where did you live?
Fleming, Georgia.
How long have you lived here in Georgia?
48 years.
How old are you?
48.
Where do you work?
Daybreak Industrial.
And what kind of business is that?
I'm in the land clearing section of it.
How long have you been employed by that operation?
February of 2021.
Before that, how were you employed?
Coastal Industrial.
And how long did you work with them?
2 years maybe.
Before that?
Coastal Electric Cooperative.
And how long you worked with them?
20.
20 years?
Yes, sir.
What was your job position?
I was a lead line technician.
You married?
Yes, sir.
How long you been married?
September will be 25 years.
Having kids?
One.
Girl or boy?
Girl.
How old?
22.
Somebody's phone went off. They're in trouble.
Are you a member of any volunteer organizations?
Coastal Conservation Association.
And what does that organization do?
Pretty much helps protect the coastal marshlands.
Are you familiar with the Portal Hunting Club?
Very familiar with it.
How are you familiar with it?
I've been hunting there since 2010.
How old is that club?
1900 it was founded.
Is there an older hunting club in Georgia?
No, sir.
Who was that club established by?
A group of fellows from Portal, Georgia.
What's that near?
Statesboro, Bullitt County.
Now, why would Bullitt County people establish a hunting club down here?
In 1900, there were no deer in Bullitt County.
The majority of the members of that hunting club are from where?
Bullitt County.
Okay. Were you on the hunting club property on Friday, December 2nd, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Why were you down there?
Because I hunt every Friday and Saturday during hunting season.
Was that a special hunting weekend?
We hunt every weekend from October the 19th to January the 15th. We hunt.
Describe for the jury how those hunts take place.
We dog hunt So we'll have a block of land that's got a road completely around it. We'll put standers all the way around the road, and we'll send the dogs in it, and the dogs run the deer out, and the people on the road shoot the deer.
I'm showing you now what's marked as State's Exhibit 2.4. You recognize that?
Yes, sir. That's my truck.
What's in the truck?
Dogs.
Your dogs?
Some of them probably are. Some of them probably somebody else's, because we all get together and it's. But the majority of those are mine, yes, sir.
Does it fairly and accurately depict those dogs in the back of your truck on December 2nd, 2022?
Yes, sir.
I've shown this previously to council.
It's in the 2.4.
2.4, and I would ask that it be published. Do you see it in your screen?
Yes, sir.
If they don't show us, typically there's a kennel-like system that's built into the back of the truck. It's fairly low profile, not like a
Did you run
big
into
camper.
Ayden while you
Yes,
just big enough for dogs to be in.
And did Olin Lovett report to you that he had discovered something?
Objection.
I'm not asking for what he said. Did he report something to you?
No, sir.
Okay. While you were on the scene, did you observe State's Exhibit number 1? Here it is. Do you recognize this photograph has previously been admitted into evidence?
Yes, sir.
And it's State's Exhibit 2.1. What is that?
That's the torso that we found in the ditch.
And what did you do after this was discovered, you personally?
I stayed there until the law arrived, and when the law arrived, I was escorted to the head of the road for questioning later.
Did you touch the torso?
No, sir.
Did anyone in your presence touch the torso?
No, sir.
And you stayed there until the law enforcement people arrived?
Yes, sir. The first deputy that arrived, I was there when he arrived, yes, sir.
Okay. Showing you now what's marked as State Exhibit number 2.5, which has previously been shown to council. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, sir.
What's this a picture of?
That's where we was at before the law got there, or when the law got there. That's where we was found the torso.
How close to the torso are these people standing?
10 yards, maybe. It's in the ditch off the road right there.
How close to the roadway was the torso?
2 foot, 3 foot.
Close.
Yeah.
There's some markings on here. It looks like somebody wrote names on here. Do you know who wrote those names?
I did.
When you looked at this picture before trial, does it fairly and accurately depict the hunters that were on the scene that day?
Yes, sir.
I'll tender State's Exhibit number 2.5.
No objection. All right, it's submitted.
And ask that it be published.
You may.
Can you see that on your screen?
Yes, sir.
And the fellow wearing a yellow shirt, it looks yellow, that's you, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're pointing in some direction. Where are you pointing towards?
That's back towards the main county road, I believe.
And where would the torso be in this picture in relation to where you're standing?
That could, directly behind me.
Now, were you present when there was crime scene tape put up around the scene?
That was put up when we was escorted back to the main road.
Okay. And how long did you stay at the scene?
At the actual scene here?
Yes.
I was probably there an hour.
Okay. While you were at the scene, did you discover anything?
Not there, no, sir.
Where was it that you discovered something?
After we had been escorted back to the main road where we was told to wait on other law enforcement together.
And what did you discover?
A tote and a knife.
I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit number 2.6, which has previously been shown to council. You recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What's it a picture of?
That's the tote that I found.
Can you see a knife?
It should be to the right side of it. Back here.
So you see it?
Yes, sir.
What color is it?
It was orange.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the tote and the knife as you found it that day?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you now what's marked as State's Exhibit 2.7, which has previously been shown to counsel. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
What's the picture of?
The knife that I found beside the tote.
And it looks like there's white stuff on
There
it.
was a paper towel or rag or something. I didn't get real close to it.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the
Yes, sir.
knife and the rag that you observed that day?
Yes, sir.
Did you touch the knife or the tote?
No, sir.
I'll tender State's Exhibit number 2.6 and 2.7.
Any objections? All right, they're admitted.
If we could publish 2.6.
Cameras have stopped showing pictures for some reason. Might have been the discussion they had at the bench.
Can you see 2.6 on your screen?
Yes, sir.
And the knife is approximately where in relation to that tote?
It was to the right back.
Behind it?
Yes, sir.
And the color of the blade on that knife in the picture looks to be what?
Blackish, kind of.
Any other color?
There was some orange on the handle.
If we can now publish State's Exhibit number 2.7.
I think one tag may allow you to get multiple deer. In North Carolina, it's 6. You get one tag gets you 6 deer.
You see that on your screen?
Yes, sir.
That's the knife.
Advise the deputy that was there with us.
Having some issues here. Hang on one second.
So all this occurred on Friday, December 2nd, 2022, correct?
See if we can get this
To hunt again.
And while you returned on Saturday, did you discover anything?
We're having some major issues here. Just one second.
Approximately 2.5 miles from where we found the torso foot.
Who's got the internet today?
20 yards.
How did you find it?
Buzzard flew up and I...
Oh, they found it from the buzzards. The buzzards flying over. That's
I'm showing you now State's Exhibit number 2.8, 2.9, and 2.10.
Give me a second here.
What's that a picture of?
That's the picture of the leg I found.
Okay.
From the legs from the buzzards. Sorry, the audio's cutting in and out. We'll see. We'll get it fixed here in just a minute.
State's Exhibit 210.
Same leg.
But closer.
But closer.
Do each of these exhibits fairly and accurately depict the leg as you saw it that day?
Yes, sir.
I'll tender it this time. State's Exhibit. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish State's Exhibit number 2.
Okay, we're struggling here. The struggle bus is real today. Let's see if I can get better audio.
Can you see that on your screen?
Yes, sir.
Can you see that on your screen?
Yes, sir.
Mavia, thank you very much.
And how long did you stay at the scene?
At the actual scene here,
Yes.
I was probably there an hour.
Okay. While you were at the scene, did you discover
Give me a second. We'll have video. in a
Not
second.
there, no, sir.
Where was it that you discovered something?
After we had been escorted back to the main road where we was told to wait on other law enforcement to get there.
And what did you discover?
A tote and a knife.
I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit number 2.6, which
No,
is
you can't see.
previously
Hold on
been
a
shown to
second.
counsel. You recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What's it a picture of?
That's the tote that I found.
Can you see a knife?
It should be to the right side of it. Back here.
So you see it?
Yes, sir.
What color is it?
It was orange.
Does
or
it
red
fairly,
orange.
does it fairly and accurately depict the tote and the knife as you found it that day?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you now what's marked as State's Exhibit 2.7, which has previously been shown to council. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
What's the picture of?
The knife that I found beside the tube.
And it looks like there's white stuff on the
There was a
knife.
paper towel or rag or something. I didn't get real close to it.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the
Yes, sir.
knife and the rag that you observed that day?
Yes, sir.
Did you touch the knife or the
Good morning, sir. Please raise your right hand.
Hang on.
Do you swear or affirm
I'll tender State's Exhibit number 2.7.
nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Objection. Please have a seat. Back there.
Trying to fix it. We've got it. Got crappy feed and good feed, so.
What, can you see 2.6 on your screen?
Yes, sir.
And the knife is approximately where in relation to that tote?
It was to the right back.
Behind it?
Yes, sir.
And the color of the blade on that knife in the picture looks to be what?
Blackish, kind of.
Any other color?
There was some orange on the handle.
If we can now publish State's Exhibit number 2.7. You see that on your screen?
Yes, sir.
That's the knife that you discovered?
Yes, sir.
When you discovered it, what did you do?
Advised the deputy that was there with us.
So all this occurred on Friday, December 2nd, 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you have occasion to return Saturday?
I did.
For what purpose?
To hunt again.
And while you returned on Saturday, did you discover anything?
Yes, sir.
What did you find Saturday?
A leg.
Where was the leg?
Approximately 2.5 miles from where we found the torso. Further, and the leg was actually in McIntosh County.
Okay.
Holy cow.
How far off the roadway was the leg?
20 yards.
How did you find it?
A buzzard flew up, and I got out the truck to see if somebody had shot a deer and not find it, and it was a leg, not a deer.
So I'm showing you now State's Exhibit number 2.8, 2.9, and 2.10, which have previously been shown to council. Showing you first State's Exhibit 2.8. What's that a picture of?
That's the picture of the leg I found.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 2.9.
Same leg.
Just a little closer.
Yep.
And State's Exhibit 210.
Same leg.
But closer.
But closer.
Do each of these exhibits fairly and accurately depict the leg as you saw it that day?
Yes, sir.
I'll tender it this time. Take State's Exhibit 2.8, 2.9, and 2.10.
No objections.
They're all admitted.
With court's permission, I'd like to publish State's Exhibit number 2.8.
You may.
Can you see that on your screen?
Yes, sir.
Now if we could publish State's Exhibit 2.9. Can you see that on your screen?
Yes, sir.
And State's Exhibit 2.10.
Yes, sir.
And I can't remember if you already answered this. About how far did you say the leg was from the torso?
I'd say 2.5 miles.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions that I have.
Thank you. Cross-examination?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you,
Nothing
Mr.
from the
Kelly.
defense. Next witness up. We're burning through them here.
State calls John Murphy.
John Murphy. Good morning, sir. Please raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Please have a seat. Thank you.
Will you state your name, please?
John Murphy.
Mr. Murphy, how are you currently employed?
I am retired currently.
What do you do to occupy your time while you're retired?
I'm a member of the South Carolina Canine Search Team.
What is that?
It is a team designed to use canines to track both human remains and live find. So lost persons or deceased persons.
You're retired from what?
I'm a previous law enforcement officer.
In all, how long did you spend in law enforcement?
About 16 years.
So let me direct your
16 or
attention to Monday,
16?
December 5th, 2022 at about 11 o'clock a.m.
Iris,
You have occasion
thank
to be
you,
on the
thank you.
property of the, on Branson Cemetery Road.
Yes, sir.
Where's that located?
In Liberty County.
Okay. And why were you at that location?
We had been requested by the Liberty County Sheriff's Office to assist in the search for a deceased person.
A whole person or parts?
No, we had been informed that a portion of the body had already been found and recovered, but there were still some pieces missing.
Do you know specifically what pieces you were looking for that day?
A leg and the head.
Sad that they're talking about her almost like she was a puzzle.
All right, I'm showing you at this time a photograph labeled States Exhibit 2.11, previously shown to council. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What's that?
It is a human leg, left leg.
Showing you now what's marked as States Exhibit 2.12. Do you recognize that?
The same leg.
And States Exhibit 2.13.
Yes, sir, same leg. A close-up of the foot.
Do all three of these exhibits fairly and accurately depict the way that left leg appeared to you that day?
Yes, sir.
I'll tender States Exhibit number 2.11, 2.12, and 2.13.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are admitted.
I would ask that
They be published.
States 2.12 be published, 2.12 be published. Do you see that photograph on your screen?
This is 210.
Okay. Try 2.12.
Yes.
And now 2.13, please. Do you see it?
Yes, sir.
Could you detect any movement in the area of damage to the foot?
It appeared that some small animal had consumed a part of the foot.
Did you continue looking after you found the leg?
Yes, sir. We returned back to the road where the dog had left to find the leg and continued our search.
Did you find anything?
Yes, sir.
What did you find?
As we continued down the road, dog found a Rubbermaid tote or a plastic tote that was back in some bushes. He changed behavior, showed interest in it, and eventually gave his trained final response. I walked over and looked, and inside the bottom there was a red substance that I presumed to be blood.
I'm showing you now what's marked States Exhibit 2.14. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
That is the tote.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the tote as you found it?
In this picture, it's moved. It was further back in the bushes from where this picture was taken.
Other than it being further back in the bushes, does it fairly and accurately depict the tote?
Yes, sir.
In States 2.15, do you recognize that?
Yes, sir. That's the interior with the liquid in the bottom.
Okay. And does it fairly and accurately depict the inside of the tote?
Yes, sir.
I'll tender at this time States Exhibit 2.14 and 2.15. No objection.
All right, they're both admitted.
After you found the tote, what did you do?
There were two deputies that were flanking us. In both cases, when the dog alerted on the leg and on the tote, they communicated to the crime scene investigators. I'm assuming that was the GBI that was also on scene.
Did you hang around until the GBI got there?
No, sir. We continued our search.
Did you find anything else after the tote?
We were tasked with searching a couple other areas. We went to the area where the original leg was found. COA alerted on the area where the leg was buried. There was also the lid for that tote was on the other side of the road, or what I assumed was the lid for that tote. We were then tasked with going to where the torso was found, and COA alerted on the same area where the torso had been recovered, and also alerted in a ditch where some clothing was discovered.
You're referring to COA?
COA is the canine.
Okay. How do you spell that?
KOA.
All right. Thank you. That's all the questions that I have.
Mr. Weinstein.
Briefly, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Doug Weinstein. I represent Mr. Kassotis in this case. I want to go back to the tote that you found. You say that it had been moved from where it was originally found. Where was the tote originally found?
The bushes directly behind it. It was pushed into those bushes. I'm assuming that when they took the picture, they had already pulled it out.
Well, okay.
But when the dog found it, it was in the bushes.
I understand. Did you see it? Did you remove it from the bushes?
No, sir. I didn't touch it.
Did you see anyone remove it from the bushes?
I did not see anybody remove it from the bushes.
So you don't know how it got removed from the bushes, correct?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions.
All right,
Thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Got a sidebar. Judge leans forward to hear a little bit better. Judge like, what do you want me to do about it? That was his body language. Take a break, maybe?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, another 10-minute recess. If you would, please step out with the bailiff.
Seriously. Break after break after break. We're having trouble with witnesses. Let's see if they have anything to say here really quickly. I should have counted breaks instead. Nope. He says, enjoy your break. Gets up, he's like, we're headed out. Grabs his phone. Slips it in his pocket. Zero must have one of those cool pocket access slots. Grabs his headphones. Oh, those are his glasses. Never mind. And he splits. Okay, so Judge, it's a real break. It's not a we need to work out an issue thing. It's just break after break after break. All right, let me get a few things fixed here. I apologize for the mess ups there in the middle. Let's see. Box position on 3. Let's reset that. Still struggling to get this right. was just... we're fighting. We're fighting a couple issues here. So, all right. Before we come back... Sorry, I'm missing chat. Greenwich already renamed his bathroom chambers. That's funny. Jury's not going to get sleepy. No, they've been up and down. I think I counted about 5,000 steps so far. They're really going up and down a lot. Okay. Box source 3 is 2. This audio is just requires so much work. Okay, there we go. All right. Where are we? I've been in and out. Who is Jim McIntyre? Amber, this is a great question. And I think you're not going to be the first or the last person to ask this. I know you're not the first. Jim McIntyre was mentioned 8 times already in this trial. And you say, well, tell me more. Jim McIntyre might be the boogeyman. Jim McIntyre is a name that was given by the defendant as a reason for some of his actions, some of his crazy actions, some of his lies, some of his stories. It's out there. It's just it's crazy. That's all I can say is it's crazy. Why is 3 not going? We think he might be fake. He also might work for the FBI and be like the good guy, helping the defendant know that people are after him and trying to kill him, and he should run and hide and change your name and maybe do worse things. Did we ever find out about Mr. King's show cause? I think it's the end of the month. That's a thing from yesterday. If you missed it, Judge Oakley. I think it was Judge Oakley, right? Yeah, Brian Oakley, coming down on an attorney who didn't show, and then pulled a nasty stunt. Quick rundown for those of us joining from the West Coast. I had a couple requesting a rundown from the West Coast. First of all, here's the scoop. If you're on the West Coast, you need to wake up early for the next 3 weeks. This trial is something you don't want to miss a day of. It's crazy. It's wild. We have a JAG officer, so Navy attorney, charged with murder. And he's charged with murdering his wife. Don't know when she died. Don't know how she died. But we don't know because he's also charged with cutting up her body into multiple pieces: torso, head, arms, legs. All the arms were attached to the torso, but legs, torso, neck. I think the neck is still missing, is my understanding, which could indicate that she may have been strangled, and he removed the neck and hid it so he wouldn't be caught. But yeah, so we've got that. We have there are 3 wives involved. Number 2 is the one who was found dead, deceased, and is the subject of these charges. We have a $1.5 million judgment against him to wife number 1, which he didn't pay and was on the run from, and name changes and everything else. Married wife number 2 right after he divorces wife number 1. Wife number 2 dies, and right after that he marries wife number 3, who he may have started talking to before wife number 2 died. We have what the defense says is all circumstantial evidence that points to him. Prosecution says it's a little bit more than that. We have the knife. We have him buying the knife with a credit card the day that her body was dumped at Home Depot. We have the shovel that the hole was dug to bury her head. We have the totes that he bought that were found at the crime scene. We have his vehicle with the GPS being found at the scene locally there at the time period where her body was dumped. We have all these things. Yes, circumstantial, but it gets to the point where there's so much evidence that it would be absurd to think that anything but this, what the prosecution is saying, happened. How did he marry wife 3 if wife 2 was not found yet? Great question. He did change his name. Tumwater Troy says, early, you're not my boss. I'm retired. I'm not getting up early for you. He had fake identities. I don't know if wife number 1 is going to testify. Wife 2 was found relatively quickly. Yes, body dumped on the 29th of November. Deer hunters the next weekend found the body right next to the road in the oldest hunting club in Georgia, like 13,000 or 30,000, I forget which one it was, acres, hunting club that's been around since 1900. Gets a lot of pressure. A lot of dogs get run through there, and anyone who understands deer hunting in the South knows that you don't hide a body in the forest if dogs can smell blood and chase it. Jim McIntyre, possible split personality. I've heard that the defendant also wrote books. Can anyone verify that that's the case? Fiction books, horror type. Is that just is that his alibi, or is that something he did as well? Yes on that one. Yeah. Who goes and puts a body on hunting club grounds? Yeah, hunters go where other people don't. That's what you need to know, because that's where you find the prey that you're looking for. I read his Substack writings, horror, another criminal author. Has he released any books? Should we go on Amazon? And what name? Would it be under Stark? Nicholas Stark? Somebody do some searches for me, see if we've got some books out there. He had a Reddit account and shared horror stories. Okay, that's basically the 4chan version of publishing. That's like having a blog, is what that is. Read the victim as a writer. Possibly that's where he got the Jim McIntyre name, from his brain thinking things up. Had a Reddit account and shared horror stories. That's 2 strikes, says Greeners. I'm not sure if we can read any of them. Third wife was into horror as well. Didn't know that. I'm curious if the third wife was involved in any way, or if she stayed involved in any way. Like, is she supporting him, or how did that go down? These 10-minute breaks are much longer than 10 minutes. Got sidetracked looking for totes on Amazon, says Mel. I use a fictitious name for my writings. I've done one writing under a fictitious name, and I will never tell you about it other than that. Does true crime count as horror? In this case, it might, Anna. This is crazy. The only store that hasn't been mentioned so far of their usuals, we've got Home Depot, we've got we don't have Walmart. I am shady. Ah, he found me. Was it Dwayne? Dwayne Bourne in the flesh. I do all my writing under a fictitious name. That's a great way to do it. I think we might be coming back from break here right now. Failed already.
All right, everyone, please be seated. And please call the next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state recalls Special Agent Brett Dickerson of the GBI.
All right, sir, please raise your right hand and take the oath.
Not Bruce
Do you swear and
Dickerson.
affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Please have a seat.
Is Bruce Dickerson the guy who needs more cowbell?
May I have?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Good morning, Agent Dickerson.
Good morning.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
My name is Brett Dickerson. It's BRETTDICKERSON.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a special agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
I catch bad guys.
And have you worked for any law enforcement agencies other than the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
Yes, ma'am. I started my career with the Sheriff's Office in Scribb County.
And just so that we kind of try to abbreviate this some, do they go by the GBI?
Yeah, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, yes, ma'am, GBI.
Yeah. So I'm not going to say Georgia Bureau of Investigation 100 times, so can we call it the GBI?
Sure thing.
Okay. And you said, where did you work before that?
The Scriven County Sheriff's Office in Sylvania, Georgia.
Okay. How long did you work for them?
About 21 years.
And before that?
That was my first law enforcement job.
Okay. And what did you do at Scriven?
I wore a lot of hats. I started off working in the jail, also dispatched, and then later on I went to the police academy and obtained certification as a peace officer in the state of Georgia. I worked in the road patrol division until 2007. At that point, I also graduated from Georgia Southern University and moved over to the criminal investigations division where I was an investigator. I served as an investigator from 2007 until 2018 when I was promoted to chief deputy of the agency and served there until I left.
Okay. So that was all in Scriven?
Correct.
Okay. And when you left Scriven County after 21 years, where did you go?
The GBI.
Okay. Tell the jury what and how you become a GBI special agent.
Well, there's an application process, obviously. It's fairly extensive. It took me about a year or so to get on between the backgrounds and everything.
In that capacity, did you have any training that was in addition to your training from Scriven?
Correct. So once I was hired, we attended the basic agent course, which is usually around 14 weeks. And during that time, you're in residence at the Georgia Public Safety Training Center, and you're given the training needed to become a special agent.
Okay. And as a special agent, do you have any particular roles, or is it just one role as a special agent?
So my role at my GBI office there in Statesboro at Region 5 is that of a crime scene specialist.
And where is Region 5? What does that cover?
It's in Statesboro. We cover a 10-county area. The GBI is divided into regional offices. There's 15 throughout the state. They cover usually about 10 counties per office. Our office covers 10 counties, and it ranges from Jenkins and Scriven County up north down the eastern part of the state to Chatham and Liberty.
Does that include McIntosh and Liberty counties?
It includes Liberty, but not McIntosh.
Okay, so Region 5 would have covered the location of the first recovery?
Correct.
Okay. And as a GBI agent, you indicated that you're as a crime scene investigator, is that correct?
A crime scene specialist, yes, ma'am.
My apologies, crime scene specialist. And in that role, is there any specialized training for that in addition to your basic course?
Yes, ma'am. One of the reasons why the GBI assigns certain agents to serve as crime scene specialists is because there's a lot of technical knowledge that has to be applied to our role, and because of that, the training and some of the experience needed to function well in that role takes some time to accumulate. So we conduct monthly trainings every month, and there's also an onboarding process that involves week-long trainings at a time that involve basic training in crime scene investigation, but also documentation issues like crime scene photography and the like.
Did you receive specialized training in each of those individual sciences and areas that you just described?
I did.
So is there special training for actually how to take crime scene pictures?
Sure.
Okay, and did you get that training?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And how not to.
Can you tell the jury what's the difference between the GBI then and, for example, Scriven?
So, of course, the Sheriff's Office in Georgia is a constitutional office. They're responsible for enforcing the laws in the unincorporated areas of the county and for maintaining the county jail. There also is another layer of law enforcement municipalities who employ police officers and have police departments to cover the incorporated areas. And the GBI serves to assist local agencies with anything that they might need in the way of an investigation. We do not have original jurisdiction, meaning we need to be requested to come in and help with an investigation.
So you don't come unless asked?
You have to beg.
For most things, no. We do have, by statute, a few things that we can initiate an investigation on, like drugs, a few things like that. But for the most part, we have to be asked to come in and help with an investigation by a sheriff or chief of police or sometimes a district attorney.
Okay. And in that role as the GBI agencies, would that be fair to say then that there are partnerships with local agencies?
Oh, absolutely.
Can you explain to the jury how that works?
So, you know, for myself, I worked in Scriven County for a very long time, and I know the county well. But I'm not going to know Liberty County nearly as well as a Liberty County deputy will. So when we come into a county, we're going to rely on our local partners to, you know, have the lay of the land and know the people, know the geographic area, and help us. You know, we're going to work as a partnership. We're not going to take over an investigation unless an agency asks us to, and they need some third-party objectivity or something. An example would be an officer-involved shooting. If we were to work a case where an agency needed that objectivity, then we would come in and provide that for them, you know, and that partnership would be very limited. In this case, we work together very well.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that you worked with other agencies in connection with this case?
Yes.
Do you know how many agencies or who they were?
Not right away, but we work with other local partners, state and federal agencies.
Okay. And did that include the Liberty County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am, it did.
Okay. When did you become first a crime scene investigator?
I was employed in that role from the very beginning in my employment with the GBI.
And when was that?
In June of 2021.
Okay. So in June of 2021, but that was after you had already had 21 years in law enforcement, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. As a crime scene specialist at the GBI, you had that role, but before, when you were with Scriven, did you have occasion to handle crime scenes as well?
Yes, ma'am. That was also one of my primary responsibilities at the Sheriff's Office, was responding to crime scenes as well as investigating them. So as a patrol deputy, I responded to crime scenes that we refer to as being in progress, and crimes that were still occurring when we received a call about them. And I also responded to many, many calls of crime scenes that were discovered after the fact, and then was responsible for that investigation.
Okay. Are you familiar with chain of custody?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury what chain of custody means?
So chain of custody is just being able to account for an item from the time we pick it up at a crime scene to the time that is presented in court later on, if needed.
And why is chain of custody important in your role?
We want to make sure that the same thing that we picked up at a crime scene is the same thing that we show the jury in the courtroom.
And are there specific procedures in place to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And are those the procedures that you're required to know how to follow?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you follow those procedures in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And specifically, were you in that capacity as a crime scene specialist on December 2nd of 2022?
I was.
Okay. Can you tell us, have you received any specialized training in addition to that initial course with respect to crime scene processing itself?
Yes, ma'am. The crime scene processing is very broad and can encompass many things. So again, we train in many different areas. There are certain things that are basic procedures that are documentation, like report writing, taking photographs, although that can become kind of advanced too. And that progresses on through utilizing the different pieces of equipment that we have that require some technical training to use 3D laser scanners or small unmanned aerial systems like drones that we use to take photographs, and also the chemical processes that we employ to process scenes.
Okay. And would that include something called Blue Star?
Yes, ma'am. That's one of the chemicals that we use to search for blood.
Okay. Did you receive specialized training in how to actually process evidence collection and a crime scene specifically?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you receive specialized training with generalized blood spatter?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the use of Blue Star?
Yes, ma'am.
So you have specialized training in each of those areas for that accountability in connection to this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And of course that training was before you started this case, correct?
Some of it was.
Okay.
We touched on some of it, and since then I've had some more advanced training.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that you continue to train all the time?
Yes, ma'am. We train, again, at least one day per month, and then usually several times a year we'll have weekly trainings, or week-long trainings.
My apologies.
Okay.
Is that in addition to all of the crime scenes that you actually respond to?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately how many crime scenes do you think you've processed, roughly, in a year?
In a year?
Sure.
I'm not really a statistician, but any given year, 25 to 30 would be a roundabout number. Not every. Some cases involve more than one scene. Some cases that we receive requests for don't have a crime scene, so those numbers are a little difficult to keep track of without specifically counting them.
And within a crime scene, is it fair to say that sometimes there are many, many items that might be recovered?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
So
Sure.
in an individual crime scene, there may be hundreds even of items that you're recovering?
There can be.
Okay.
We should
Now-
have counted the yes ma'ams in this
Do you
trial.
ever assist at crime scenes as opposed to being lead?
Yes, ma'am. Oftentimes you'll hear questions asked about crime scene that ask for a specific answer, and it's kind of a running joke with our unit. The answer is usually it depends. So there's so many different circumstances that we run into that almost every situation is unique. We are trained to recognize certain patterns and apply certain techniques if needed, but no two crime scenes are the same. So with that in mind, one of the things that we do first when we get to a crime scene is conduct an evaluation of that crime scene and determine what resources we need to adequately address it. In order to conduct that examination, if it's a large scene or if it's a scene that's located in an area where we may not have as much time to access the scene as we want to, then we're going to need to work very quickly, and we may need to deploy more personnel to get that done.
If you needed assistance, would you be able to ask for help?
Yes, ma'am.
And that would be potentially where you might be the one that's lead versus someone else being assist?
Correct.
Okay. And being the lead crime scene specialist, what responsibilities does that place on you?
So we're responsible as the lead crime scene to kind of direct the course of the crime scene investigation itself. The GBI takes a team approach when we accept a request for investigation. We'll have a case agent who acts much like a quarterback for a team. He's going to be the person, or she's going to be the person who's going to go through and kind of direct the other agents and where to spend their efforts, and then adjust accordingly as new information becomes available. In a crime scene role, we do the same thing. As a lead agent, you're going to be the one responsible for working that crime scene, making sure that the items of evidence that are found there are documented properly and that they're collected and preserved in a manner that's going to allow them to be examined later on, either by us back at our office in our crime scene work area or at the crime lab.
And specifically, have you ever testified before on crime scene evidence collection?
Yes.
Have you testified in respect to crime scene investigations?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you give us an idea of how many times?
Again, I'm not a statistician, and I've testified many times to crimes of a less serious nature at the sheriff's office. More than 50, less than 100.
Okay.
I hate to be that general.
No,
but
that's fair. So approximately between 50 and 100.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And have you ever been qualified as an expert in crime scene evidence collection and investigation?
I've not been qualified as an expert, no, ma'am.
Have you ever been asked to?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever been denied?
No, ma'am.
Are they asking?
So would it be
this
fair to
his
say
first
today
time?
is the first time you're being asked to do so?
Yes, ma'am.
He's an expert. Nice.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers crime scene specialist Brett Dickerson as an expert in the fields of crime scene investigation, crime scene evidence collection, and general blood spatter.
All right. Does defense counsel wish to take the witness on board?
Just briefly on the issue of blood spatter.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, I'm Doug Weinstein. I represent Mr. Kassotis.
Good morning, sir.
Can you tell me about your training in blood spatter?
Yes, sir. So we have, during the basic or introduction courses, both at the Basic Agent Academy as well as the more in-depth training that we receive initially as crime scene specialists, we discuss the role of bloodstain pattern analysis in investigations and what it can do to advance those investigations. And then later on, we've had bloodstain pattern analysis courses that allow us to determine some things about how bloodstains are formed, the mechanics of and how to interpret them.
You said how blood stains are formed. Are you specifically speaking to spatter, or
Well,
when
spatter
you
is
say
a
stains?
type of blood stain.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So when you say blood stains, it incorporates spatter plus other types of stains?
Correct. Blood stain would be a more general term. Spatter is a specific type of stain.
Okay. I have no other questions, Your Honor. And I have no objection to this witness being admitted as an expert.
All right, please restate the areas that you wish to have qualified.
First-time
Your
expert.
Honor, those were listed as crime scene investigation, crime scene evidence collection, and general blood spatter.
And by stipulation, the court qualifies the witness as an expert. He can give his opinions.
Were you on duty on December 2nd of 2022?
Yes, ma'am, I was on call.
Can you tell us what on call means?
I can. So during regular work hours, which are usually 8:30 to 5, Monday through Friday, if we receive a call for a scene, then we respond directly from the office. However, crime doesn't always happen at convenient times, so we have an on-call schedule. Myself and another crime scene specialist share that burden, so usually about 50% of the time I'm required to be on call. And on-call status with GBI means I need to be able to return to a ready state of being able to respond directly to a scene of a crime within about 30 minutes or so. Notification.
Were you on call on December 2nd of 2022?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Can you tell us, without giving us any details, how far away from Riceboro, Liberty County, were you at on December 2nd, 2022?
Yes, ma'am. Well, I still live in Sylvania. I left the sheriff's office. I didn't move. So with Scriven County being in our region, it's at the very north end, and Liberty County is at the other end. So it's almost 2 hours to get down, depending on traffic.
Did you get in your car and have to come down to Liberty County?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you recall approximately when you got to Liberty County?
I can. It would have been about 9:15 that evening.
Do you know who, at the time, it was that contacted you with regards to that location?
The case agent in this case is Special Agent Tracy Sands with our office.
Okay. And is he the one that contacted you?
I believe one of the supervisors actually called me to notify me to respond, but he was a point of contact for the case.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what the lead agent on a case, what that actually means?
Sure. So again, with the kind of cases that we work, sometimes with the complexity and the scope thereof is more than one agent will necessarily be able to handle effectively by themselves. So we'll have a case agent who kind of serves like a quarterback for a team. He or she will direct the course of that investigation and assign resources as needed and collaborate with the supervisors to make sure the investigation is being handled properly.
So like a proctor.
And ultimately, they're also going to be responsible for tying everything together and presenting a court case.
So would he be somebody that would direct you as to things potentially that he wanted with respect to a case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And where did you go to assist in that investigation specifically?
I met him at the intersection of Jones Road and an unnamed hunting club road that was on the Portal Hunting Club near Riceboro in Liberty County.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
You have an objection about where they met him? Okay. Defense doesn't like where this is going. He's an expert. Are they thinking it's hearsay that's going to come in? Get the rare zoom in on the sidebar. Okay, we're all good. The court reporter.
Agent Dickerson, did you bring anything with you here today to testify? Meaning your materials.
He's reading.
Yes, ma'am.
What did you bring?
The case reports that generated during the course of the investigation.
Okay. I'm just going to ask you, if you've had difficulty recollecting something, just let us know.
Sure.
And if you could just push those off to the side for the time being.
Sure thing.
If you don't recall something, please just let us know and you'll be able to refresh your recollection. Just let me know you need to.
Sure thing.
Would it be fair to say that this incident happened some time ago?
It did.
Okay. Do you take reports for a reason?
Yes, ma'am.
What's that reason?
So we document things in order to make sure that the facts of the case are preserved and then presented later on in court in an accurate fashion.
Okay. So when you are doing a crime scene, are you doing it in time, simultaneous to what you're doing at the scene, those documents?
Oh, no, ma'am. We produce notes and we use those notes to generate our reports later on.
Okay. So you're taking notes when it's happening and then you put those into a report later?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that to assist and help with your recollection?
Yes, ma'am. It's taught to us that the dullest pencil is better than the sharpest memory. So.
Fair enough.
There you go.
Now, you indicated that you went down to Riceboro and you met Agent Sands. Is that right?
Yes.
And you said what time was that approximately?
About 9:15.
Okay. And when you got there, can you describe the scene for the jury of what you saw when you got there?
Sure. There really wasn't much to see. This is an intersection of county maintained road and Jones Road and then an unnamed hunting club road. The hunting club road was equipped with a metal swing gate that was open at the time, and the hunting club road was very well maintained. It was had some deep ditches on either side of it, and it was fairly dry, even though it had a lot of rain in the area. Just prior to that, the area was very wooded.
Okay. So when you got there, did you see any people other than the terrain itself?
I did. There were some deputies, don't know their names, but they were securing the scene, the outside of the scene, controlling the traffic on Jones Road, and they had put up some crime scene barrier tape that denoted the outside of the crime scene there at the intersection, and were keeping people off of the hunting club road itself.
Okay. And were there any civilian on scene, if you recall, by the time you got there?
While I was there, not until later.
Okay. So when you first arrive on the scene and you see all this, you have occasion to speak with Agent Sands?
I did.
Okay. And what do you normally do when you arrive at a homicide scene generally?
So in order to understand the scope of the scene and what's going to be needed to properly examine the crime, what happened, and what we normally do is called an initial briefing. We'll meet with a case agent or perhaps a requesting agency, a representative thereof, and talk with them about what the case needs, what's going on, and what the circumstances are, so we can make some determinations early on about what we need.
Okay. Did you have that kind of a briefing?
We did.
And can you tell the jury what, if any, physical things you did in terms of measurements and photographs to initially assess the scene?
So one of the very first things we do at any crime scene is to go ahead and take photographs.
Okay, we're having some audio issues again. Let's see if we can bring in, back up just a little bit, bring in the other audio.
This agent who kind of serves like a quarterback for a team.
It's way back in Proctor. Let's see.
Again, we find things as we determine. Now, we can't always say that we're going to go into a scene and things haven't been touched or moved, because we don't generally respond to scenes first. But we will document them as we find them, as we respond.
Okay. And so, of the scene?
Correct.
Okay. Do you subsequently take far more detailed photographs?
Yes, ma'am. We generally start at overall photographs, which would depict the scene, the overall scene.
Okay. We have to back up with the audio. Let me get a picture for you. We're all the way back at the sidebar. Let me do this one. Turn off the crackle, turn on this.
Agent Dickerson, did you bring anything with you here today to testify? Meaning your materials?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you bring?
The case reports that generated during the course of the investigation.
Okay. I'm just going to ask you, if you have difficulty recollecting something, just let us know.
Sure.
And if you could just push those off to the side for the time being.
Sure thing.
If you don't recall something, please just let us know and you'll be able to refresh your recollection. Just let me know you need to.
Sure
okay?
thing.
Would it be fair to say that this incident happened some time ago?
It did.
Okay. Do you take reports for a reason?
Yes, ma'am.
What's that reason?
So we document things in order to make sure that the facts of the case are preserved and then presented later on in court in an accurate
Pencil
fashion.
in mind comment.
Okay. So when you are doing a crime scene, are you doing it in time, simultaneous to what you're doing at the scene, those documents?
Oh, no, ma'am. We produce notes, and we use those notes to generate our reports later on.
Okay, so you're taking notes when it's happening and then you put those into a report later?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that to assist and help with your recollection?
Yes, ma'am. It's taught to us that the dullest pencil is better than the sharpest memory. So.
Fair enough. Now,
fair enough.
You indicated that you went down to Riceboro and you met Agent Sands. Is that right? And you said, what time was that approximately?
About 9:15.
Okay. And when you got there, can you describe the scene for the jury of what you saw when you got there?
Sure. There really wasn't much to see. This was an intersection of county maintained road and Jones Road, and then an unnamed hunting club road. The hunting club road was equipped with a metal swing gate that was open at the time, and the hunting club road was very well maintained. It was had some deep ditches on either side of it. And it was fairly dry, even though it had a lot of rain in the area. Just prior to that, the area was very wooded.
Okay. So when you got there, did you see any people other than the terrain itself?
I did. There were some deputies, don't know their names, but they were securing the scene, the outside of the scene, controlling the traffic on Jones Road, and they had put up some crime scene barrier tape that denoted the outside of the crime scene there at the intersection, and were keeping people off of the Hunting Club Road itself.
Okay. And were there any civilian on scene, if you recall, by the time you got there?
While I was there, not until later.
Okay. So when you first arrive on the scene and you see all this, do you have occasion to speak with Agent Sands?
I did.
Okay. And what do you normally do when you arrive at a homicide scene generally?
So in order to understand the scope of the scene and what's going to be needed to properly examine the crime scene, we have to know a little bit about what happened. And what we normally do is called an initial briefing. We'll meet with a case agent or perhaps a requesting agency, a representative thereof, and talk with them about what the case needs, what's going on, and what the circumstances are, so we can make some determinations early on about what we need.
Okay. Did you have that kind of a briefing?
We did.
And can you tell the jury what, if any, physical things you did in terms of measurements and photographs to initially assess the scene?
So one of the very first things we do at any crime scene is to go ahead and take photographs. Those photographs serve as documentation of the scene as we found it. And that's before we start manipulating anything in the scene. We'll go ahead and take those pictures. So again, we find things as we determine. Now, we can't always say that we're going to go into a scene and things haven't been touched or moved, because we don't generally respond to scenes first. But we will document them as we find them, as we respond.
Okay. And so would it be fair to say that's kind of like an overview of the scene?
Correct.
Okay. Do you subsequently take far more detailed photographs?
Yes, ma'am. We generally start at overall photographs, which would depict the scene, the overall scene where the incident took place, and then we'll move in and photograph other things, be it a victim or individual items of evidence.
Did you do both of those in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you give us a rough idea of approximately how many pictures you took?
I believe on the initial scene it was 111, right around there.
Okay. And did you subsequently take additional photographs?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay. In total, do you have any idea how many photographs you took in connection with this case?
It was
do you need to...
not exactly, but it was more than 700.
Okay. So more than 700 total pictures?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And clearly, have I asked you to bring all 700 pictures to show you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. But are those available?
Yes, ma'am.
And they were made available?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, specifically, do you know how long after the body was first located that you responded, if you know?
I don't know right offhand. I understand that the body was discovered late that evening, and then we received a call after the Liberty County Sheriff's Office investigators had had a chance to respond and do their initial evaluation and decide to request us for assistance.
Do you know who the agent in charge of the Liberty County Sheriff's Office side of the investigation was?
The investigator, to my knowledge, it was coordinating from their side. They had a lieutenant there, Tracy Jennings, but investigator Jack Frost was the one that was assigned to the case, from my understanding.
So he was their lead case agent at Liberty County?
That's my understanding, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you explain to the jury what evidence placards are?
Yes, ma'am. They're just the markers that you might see, and they're almost generic at this point to denote a crime scene, but if you ever see the little yellow tents that have black numbers on them that we place on the ground to denote where evidence items are located, we use those for a couple of reasons, but the primary reason is just to show spatial relationships in photographs between where items of evidence were located, and then also to provide those items with a number for reference later on.
How many crime scenes, we're talking first about the decedent's remains, how many crime scenes did you process with respect to her body?
Well, there were 2 in regards to the remains, and then additional scenes in regards to other aspects of the investigation, items that were, we believe, to have been used in the scene.
So let me be more clear. Do you recall how many portions of her remains total were recovered?
There were 4 altogether, yes, ma'am.
And how many of those did you process?
2.
Okay. And in those 2 that you processed, which 2 portions of her remains did you process?
I processed her torso and her left leg.
Okay. And with respect to those portions, do you know when those were? Obviously, you've told us December 2nd of 2022. Do you recall when the second date was that you processed the second portion of the body that you handled?
The left leg was located on December 5th,
okay.
2022.
Do you know if there was another leg recovered in between?
Yes, ma'am, there was.
Okay. And with respect to each of those occasions, was someone present, even though you didn't process those other 2 scenes, was there also a law enforcement agent present on those 2 other dates?
Yeah, to the best of my knowledge, yes, ma'am.
It just wasn't you.
It just wasn't me.
Okay. And do you know where those remains were transported after they had been processed and recovered?
Yes, ma'am. So in each county where you have a suspicious death like this one, the county coroner will respond and take those remains into custody and will be responsible for preserving them and transporting them to the lab for autopsy, medical examiner's office.
Okay. So anytime there's a suspicious death?
Well, yes, ma'am. The Georgia Death Investigation Act outlines some, but any suspicious death, unattended death, suicides, things of that nature, there'll be the coroner will respond and be responsible for making determinations about some of those, and then when we're involved when autopsies are needed.
Okay. And were they, in fact, those remains of what ultimately is determined to be Mrs. Mevin Kassotis are recovered? Do they all go with the coroner to the crime laboratory eventually?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How do you know that those were her remains?
Well, I attended the autopsy of the remains, and they were eventually we utilized some DNA techniques to.
And perhaps this sounds foolish, but was it clear that they were the remains of a human being?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ultimately, was her entire body recovered?
Yes, ma'am.
And what pieces would that comprise?
Her torso was located first, then her right leg, her left leg, and finally on the 7th of December, her head.
Can you tell the jury why you were not present for the other 2 days?
At the time, I was, we had one of our other crime scene specialists leave to join a federal agency. So I was the only crime scene specialist assigned to our office at the time.
There were other crimes.
Unlike TV, we don't get to work just one case at a time. So we had been working on this case, and things were unfolding fairly rapidly. I live a couple hours away, so it was easier and quicker in this case for Agent Sands and some of the other agents who live closer to respond in order to take custody of the other parts that were found.
But there was someone from law enforcement there to do so, correct?
Correct.
Now, you indicated that there was more than one crime scene, and I was referring to the remains. Was there another crime scene that you also processed?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was that?
311 East 65th Street in Savannah, Georgia.
Okay, and why were you at that location?
This was after Mindy had been identified as the victim in this case, and the investigation had determined at that point that around the time that we believe she was killed, she and her husband Nicholas were living at that residence.
Okay. So I'm just going to start first with her remains, and we'll finish later with the house, okay? In preparation for your testimony here today, did you create a PowerPoint?
I did.
And in that PowerPoint, can you tell the jury what did you depict inside of that PowerPoint?
Well, there was photographs, and I tried to lay them out in an order that would make the most sense as far as understanding the context in which the crime scenes occurred, where these items were found, and which items were located.
Okay. And before your testimony here today, did you have an opportunity to look at that PowerPoint presentation?
I did.
And are each of the photographs that are depicted inside of that PowerPoint presentation, which, Your Honor, I'm going to ask to have marked as states 1.1 for identification. I would note that this has been shown in its entirety, Your Honor, to counsel prior to this witness's testimony. I've affixed that sticker on the tag that is associated with that
That's the
USB.
defendant right there.
Did you place that onto that USB, sir?
I believe I conveyed it to Agent Sands, who did so.
Okay, but you viewed it and you made sure that everything that's in there is slides that you're familiar with?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and are those photographs all fair and accurate depictions of what you observed and or collected personally on December 2nd and December 5th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There's also additional photographs from the house, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall the date that those photographs were?
If I may refer to my notes, I believe it was May 4th and May 5th were the 2 days that we were at the East 65th Street address.
If you need to refresh your recollection, please go ahead.
I'm good.
Okay. So sometime around May 4th or 5th of 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, are all of those pictures fair and accurate representations?
They are.
Your Honor, I would at this time seek to introduce States 1.1.
Any objection? No objection. It's submitted.
Your Honor, I'm now going to seek to publish them. There are some slides, Your Honor, that are afoul of this service. I have indicated to counsel that I will try to give everybody a warning so we can turn off devices. Now,
they're trying not to let the audience see some pictures.
Can we turn that on? And if you could just let me know when you can see it.
Yes.
Can you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you see initial slide 1?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what does that slide represent?
I see just the initial scene title.
Okay. Did you write that title?
I did.
Okay. And when you say initial scene, what are you referring to?
This was the original call that we received to respond to at the very beginning of the investigation.
Would that be December 2nd of 2022?
It was.
Okay. And by the time you got there, was it light out or dark out?
Oh, it was very dark.
Okay. So this photo that's coming up next, is it light or dark out?
It's dark outside.
Okay. Were you there beyond the day of December 2nd, 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you come back to that location?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you take additional photographs?
We did.
Tell the jury how you captured the photographs that are not on ground level.
So one of the instruments we have at our disposal when we need to take crime scene photographs is particularly good for adding context to a scene are drones. We can take drones, fly them up to around 400 feet above ground level, and then take photographs of the overall area. And it's very helpful in showing where items were found and where an incident took place.
Does it also show the relation of items to each other?
It can.
Okay. And did you do drone photographs in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there any other type of aerial photography used in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
What type was that?
Agent Sands was able to produce photographs from a helicopter.
So a helicopter flew over this area?
Yes, ma'am. A helicopter can fly much higher than a drone.
Okay. So they go way over 400 feet?
They do.
Okay. And were those captured as well?
They were.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask Your Honor if I can publish just throughout, if that's okay. Thank you. I'm now showing you slide 2. Do you recognize that slide?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What's depicted in that slide?
That is Jones Road there from the bottom right of the photograph moving up to the top right. And then the unnamed Hunting Club Road there, the Portal Hunting Club Road, intersects that road and then moves. This view is actually pretty much straight on to the north. You'll see that the Hunting Club Road moves away from Jones Road to the west-northwest.
And all of those woods, what are they of?
Our investigation showed that this area was part of a managed timber company's holdings and was leased to the Portal Hunting Club for hunting purposes.
So would it be fair to say that the property is not actually owned by Portal Hunting Club, but they just have a right to use it?
Correct.
And the actual managed agency that you're referring to, what's their business?
They produce timber products.
So they log this territory?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that some of what you see in this photograph goes potentially even beyond portal hunting?
Yes, ma'am. I believe so.
Are there adjacent lots to the portal area?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were those?
Those are also managed timber areas.
Okay, so all of this area is just timber?
This was the middle of the woods.
Okay. And those roads, the one that on the left of this photograph specifically, why is that relevant?
I beg your pardon, ma'am?
That road on the left side of this photograph, what road was that?
That's actually the hunting club lane there where the torso was recovered.
Okay, so would it be fair to say that that is not actually on the main road, but rather inside of the hunting area?
Correct.
Okay, and this photograph then would have been taken after December 2nd of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I'm asking that because it's light out, is that correct?
It was taken on the 5th.
Thank you. Okay, I'm now showing you photograph 3. Can you tell the jury what that is?
Yes, ma'am. That's looking, that's standing on Jones Road. The orange posts there are the swing gate that covers that area. You can see that it's open at the time, and it's a crime scene tape that had been placed across the road there to denote the area as a crime scene. But that is a view looking down the road there from Jones Road toward the hunting club.
Can you tell us why there are 2 sets of crime scene tape?
Well, in generally speaking, it's a good practice to have an inner crime scene or a critical inner area that you want to protect the most, and then an outer crime scene to kind of keep folks back. And in practice, it's best to have a large area because if you let folks walk right up onto the crucial thing, you might have items that are disturbed or destroyed. So it's a good practice to go ahead and denote 2 different areas, one that's kind of okay to enter and then another one that you absolutely want to stay out of.
Okay. And with respect to this crime scene, did you ultimately determine how long the torso had been at the scene before it had been discovered?
We were given a good estimate.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that that was longer than days?
Correct.
Okay. So by that point, would it be fair to say that there had already been traffic on that roadway before her torso was even found?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So did you attempt to limit any additional exposure?
As much as possible to the torso itself. When that part of Mindy was found, we did limit that part of it. But at this point, you're dealing with an area that has received lots and lots of through traffic and also been exposed to the elements as well.
Okay. When you say exposed to the elements, what was it like that right around December 2nd of 2022?
It was cool out. It was, if I may refer to my notes, I can tell you the exact temperature.
That's okay. Can you give us a rough estimate?
It was high 50s
okay.
At the time.
Was there any precipitation?
There was a lot of rain in the area. We spoke with the Liberty County deputies that informed us that the area had received heavy rainfall in the days leading up to the investigation.
And in that time period, you indicated that there was a lot of rain. Was there anything that you observed visually that gave you reason to believe that beyond the deputies?
There was standing water in the ditches.
Okay. And at that point, when the standing water was in the ditches, you ultimately, do you take that into account in your crime scene investigation? Does that impact you at all?
The water?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we need to plan for it, but I went in the water in this particular case in order to recover a torso.
What did you have to put on?
Some protective equipment.
Okay.
We generally use suits made from a material called Tyvek, and it just protects us from biological hazards and things like that we might encounter in a crime scene.
So did you actually don the full suit to get into the water to try and get her remains out?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to move to slide 4. Does that show the intersection of that roadway and where that gate was?
Yes, ma'am.
Who drew this?
I did.
Okay. Did you use a computer to assist you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
She's
and
like, it's really good.
That orange mark at
Really
the bottom, can you tell us, or I shouldn't say at the bottom, in the middle of the photograph, can you tell us what that is?
That's just the metal swing gate that I mentioned before. It's just a representation of where it was.
Okay. And is that what we saw in the last photograph, that gate?
It was.
Okay. And specifically, you see these numbers, these placard numbers. Do you, can you tell the jury what those were?
Yes, ma'am. So those placards were assigned to items of evidence that were located as we continued our crime scene search. These sketches are deliberately simplistic because we use them primarily to denote or demonstrate the location where items were found and the spatial relationships between those items.
Okay, so with respect to each of these placards, 1, 2, 3, all the way through 7, are those items that you personally recovered?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and when I use the word recovered, can you tell the jury what that means?
So finding evidence at a crime scene, we find things that may be of interest. We use the information that we have at hand from our briefing and from things that we observe to determine whether or not the items that are in the location that we see are of any import to the case. There were things that we observed that were just trash on the side of the road, things like that weren't important. But as we searched, we did come across these items that we felt like were pertinent and were important to the investigation. So we made sure to mark them, photograph them, and document them where they were, and then collect them later on as evidence.
Do you know what items are important when you start your investigation?
It's difficult to determine. Again, one of the answers that we get a lot of times we ask a crime scene related question is, well, it depends. And in this case, we knew there were going to be some things that were important. Sometimes you look for things that are just out of place. And in this case, some of these things, when we get to the photographs of them, you'll see definitely looked out of place.
Okay. So do you try to capture everything that seems like it may be relevant?
Yes, ma'am. One of the reasons we take so many photographs is because it's impossible for us to know on the front of an investigation every single little thing that's going to be important later on. So we take a lot of photographs. We do a lot of documentation because we never know what might be important later on.
And those placards were, can you just tell the jury just generally what was at those placards that are depicted as 1 through 7?
Yes, ma'am. I prepared a legend, if I may refer to it.
Please.
He prepared a legend. Grits are eaten different ways.
So item number 1 was a black and color Husky storage container, you might hear it referred to as a tote. Number 2 was a Milwaukee brand fixed blade sheath knife. Number 3 was a cleaning wipe, kind of like a Lysol or a Clorox wipe. I'm not sure of the brand in this case. Number 4 was a piece of torn or cut gray cloth. Number 5 was also a piece of torn or cut gray cloth. Number 6 was a black plastic trash bag that contained some clothing items that were stained with reddish brown stains, and it also has some cleaning wipes inside the bag. And then number 7 also denoted the location of some cleaning wipes that were found.
And ultimately, that legend was created by you as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm now turning to slide number 5. Can you tell us what the difference is on this slide versus the other slides, if there's something depicted here?
Yes, ma'am. If you look in the bottom left-hand corner there, you see the black tote that was found that it was marked with placard number 1. And you can see its relationship there to that orange swing gate post that you saw in the first photograph.
Can you tell the jury how far that is from the roadway?
Not far at all from the roadway. I mean, about 10 feet or so.
Okay. And can you tell the jury how far that is ultimately from where the torso with the arms was recovered?
The torso was located approximately 650 feet from the intersection down the Hunting Club Road and off into the ditch.
So as we're looking at this photograph, would it be fair to say that's the left side of the swing gate, if you're facing the gate?
Yes, ma'am. We generally used cardinal directions, so it was the southwest corner of the intersection.
My apologies. If you went straight down that side of the road.
Correct. If with your back to Jones Road looking at the Hunting Club Trail, it would have been on the left-hand side. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so can you see if there is that kind of incline? Can you describe it for the jury?
Yes, ma'am. Again, this road was fairly well maintained for a Hunting Club Road for sure. It had been improved with gravel and had some deep ditches that had been dug in place. And in this case, the ditch was a little more shallow here and didn't have nearly as much water in it. The ground was damp around the tote, but it was navigable without having to put on a Tyvek suit.
Okay. And when you got farther down that left side of the roadway that you described and you came up on the torso, how does that ditch change, if at all?
That ditch gets deeper, a lot deeper.
How tall are you, sir?
I'm 6'3".
And when you got in the ditch, how deep did you have to get in, up to where on your body approximately?
I was in pretty much to almost my knees.
Okay. And at that point, you were able to access her remains?
I was.
Okay. We have now slide number 6 that I'm showing. Is that another image of that tote?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything additional that's depicted in that photograph other than just the tote?
Yes, ma'am. If you look carefully at the tote and then to the right and upwards in the frame of the photograph, you'll see the orange handle of the knife blade and the black sheath that it was inside of, along with the cleaning wipe that was wrapped around the handle when we found it.
Are you referring to this item right here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you indicated that that was the knife, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. That was a Milwaukee knife, fixed blade knife.
Okay. What is a fixed blade knife? What does that mean?
So a folding knife is what you might consider a pocket knife, where the blade actually folds into the handle and it's safe to carry in your pocket. A fixed blade knife generally requires a sheath to carry safely, but a fixed blade knife doesn't bend. The blade is fixed in place onto the handle.
And with respect to this fixed blade knife, was there anything on the blade itself?
There was a cleaning wipe wrapped around the handle and partially around the top of the blade where it met the handle.
Okay. And that black thing that you see, what is that?
That's a plastic sheath.
Okay. So that's not actually the blade itself, that's the sheath over the blade?
Correct.
Okay. I'm now showing you slide number 7. Do you recognize that slide?
Yes, ma'am.
What's depicted there?
That's after, as you noted in the first photographs, you saw that the container was in that location when it was found, face down. Essentially, we turned it on its side, and I was able to take photographs of the interior of it.
JPC.
Why did you take photographs of the interior?
Thank you so much.
Because there was a reddish-brown liquid inside of it.
Can you tell the jury what a swab is?
Yes, ma'am. When we need to take samples at a crime scene of an unknown stain or something, we generally use medical sterile swabs. It's just a cotton swab, like a Q-tip with a long handle, and then we can preserve those swabs later on and send them to the crime lab for testing.
Is that what you're referring to that you did in respect to that brownish stain in this tub?
In this case, yes, ma'am, though we use that swab for field testing purposes.
Okay. Now you use the phrase field testing. I'm going to show you slide 8. Can you explain to the jury what's depicted in slide 8?
Yes, ma'am. So that's a presumptive blood test that we use to determine in the field whether or not an unknown stain might be blood. In this case, that particular chemical is called phenolphthalein, and we use it because when it's combined with blood in the presence of hydrogen peroxide, it produces that pink color, and that's indicative of the presence of blood in the sample.
Fair to say not every reddish brown stain is blood?
Sure. Not all of them are blood, and that's why we have those stains, the field test kits, so we can determine the course of our investigation, what we need to do next with an item of evidence.
So if something wasn't blood, would that potentially impact what you did next in your investigation?
It could.
Okay. And if you turned out that it was blood, would that also potentially impact your decisions?
Absolutely.
Okay. You said that this would simply say that it was actually blood. Is that right?
It'll give us a good idea. It's kind of like a pregnancy test. I mean, you can go to the drugstore and get a pregnancy test. It'll tell you if you're pregnant or not, but you're going to want to follow up with your doctor. The same thing with us. We're going to take this and we're going to test it, but we're also going to make sure that we go to the lab and get confirmation later on.
Okay. So this is just kind of while you're at the scene, a way to kind of have a sense of what's going on?
Yes.
Okay. Now, other than a presumptive test for blood, can you do other types of tests for blood in the scene?
We can.
What type is that?
So tests like phenolphthalein are used to identify the potential for a stain that we've already seen, and just to tell if it's blood or not, or give us an idea if it's blood or not. However, if we need to search for blood within a scene, if we're looking for blood that's not readily available or obvious at first glance, then we can use chemicals to search for that. And there's several different kinds, but the one that we use in this case is called Blue Star.
Okay. Did you also make any tests to determine if the blood stains that you recovered were human in nature?
Yes, ma'am.
And what kind of a test is that?
So Blue Star is actually a brand name. It contains the chemical luminol, so I don't want to get too confused. There's one Blue Star that's used to search for blood, but then Blue Star OBTI is an actual field test to determine whether or not a particular blood stain may be human or not.
Okay, so I'm now showing you slide 9. Can you tell the jury what's depicted here?
Yes, ma'am. This is a Blue Star OBTI test, and we took a sample of the substance that was inside the container and exposed it to this field test, and the test returned a positive result for human blood.
So first you determine, is it blood, and then you determine, is it human blood?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is that always the procedure in that order?
It's generally, that'd be the way you want to go.
Okay. And with respect to what you observe, that's the test itself, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you did that test, that was on which container?
This was on the black container.
The one that we just observed in the previous slides?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm now going to show you slide 10. Would that be fair to say that's a close-up of that knife you described earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm now going to zoom in on that. Does that give a better picture?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is that describe what you see there for the jury.
So that's a Milwaukee knife that we observed that was over in the woods, kind of behind the black container that was located. There was a cleaning wipe wrapped around the handle and partially around the blade itself. And then we noticed that the blade had actually been placed backwards into the sheath. It was not placed as it should have been.
Okay.
So that's why the blade didn't seat fully within the sheath.
Okay. Is that why that portion is exposed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is that how the condition of the knife was at the time it was first observed by yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Had not yet been moved?
No, ma'am.
I'm now showing you slide 11. What is depicted there?
This was a cleaning wipe that was found not far away from the knife. If the 2 points of the triangle were the container and the knife, this would be the third point of the triangle. They're fairly close together.
Okay. And that when you're saying the triangle, are you referring back to that legend?
Just the spatial relationships between the items, that's all. Just where they were at.
Approximately how far were they from each other?
Feet, not far at all.
Okay. And now I'm showing you slide 12. Can you tell the jury what's depicted in this slide?
So this is the northwest side of the intersection. This is going to be the right-hand side of the intersection if you have your back to Jones Road looking down the Hunting Road. Those items hanging from the branches there were cleaning wipes, and then there were more cleaning wipes also on the ground there to the right in the bottom right-hand side of the frame.
Okay. So all of those white substances, are those all cleaning wipes?
I'd have to go back and look at the photographs. Some of that was trash. You can see there that's some kind of cardboard that was on the side of the road. Again, this is a dirt road. There were lots of beer cans and Coke bottles and all kinds of stuff that had been thrown out as litter. There were 2 CRT TVs out there, not too far from where this was found. But that was one of the things we had to do, was kind of sort between what was trash and what was of potential value.
So anything that you thought might be potential value, did you include that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, the next slide will be something that I cannot publish. So if we can. I can publish it just in compliance with your order.
Yes, ma'am.
Now showing you slide 13. Can you tell us what's depicted in this slide?
So this is placards 4, 5, 6, and 7. 2 of the placards are a little hard to see, but the closest one there is number 4. That would be one of the pieces of torn or cut gray cloth. 5 was also that. You can see 6 off there in the back, and that would be the that would be the black plastic trash bag that had the items inside of the clothing that was stained, cut, as well as the some more of the cleaning wipes.
So this would have been the southeast corner still?
This was the northwest corner.
My apologies, northwest.
Just the opposite side from, so the left side was the first side, right side was the second side.
My apologies, I'm not the best at a compass. So when that occurred, you captured each of those?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you preserve each of those items that is listed with a placard?
Yeah, I didn't hang a placard in a tree to show the cleaning wipe that was hanging there from the branch, but yes, ma'am, they were all marked, and the cleaning wipes are generally associated with placard number 7.
Okay. Were they collected physically afterwards?
They were.
Okay. And have you brought them here today?
I have.
Okay. I'm now turning to slide 14. Counsel, we can turn this back on. Slide 14, what is depicted?
This was the piece of gray cloth there that was cut or torn that we used placard number 4 to mark.
Okay. And at the time, did you know what that gray cloth was?
It did not. We just noticed that it was a piece of gray cloth. It was, like I said, it appeared to have either been torn or cut, and it just looked out of place.
What did you do with these items of cloth?
So because everything was still wet, the ground was wet, the grass was wet, everything out there had been rained on, the proper procedure for something like this is to place it into a paper bag, and then as soon as possible, go ahead and dry it. There are some adverse biological processes that can happen if you allow evidence to remain wet. So we try to dry it. That way we don't have mold or mildew starting that could potentially affect DNA testing or obscure bloodstain patterns and things like that.
Did you do that with respect to all of the wet garments or items of cloth that were recovered?
We did.
Tell the jury how you dry them.
So in this case, when the evidence was collected, it was placed in paper evidence bags and then taken back to the Region 5 field office. We have a work area there. And inside that work area, we have a dryer that is a sterile dryer. It's got filters for the air going in and filters for the air going out. That cabinet's regularly cleaned between cases, and it was in this case also cleaned prior to the items being placed inside. In addition to that, I took some clean butcher paper and lined the bottom of the cabinet and then placed all the wet items inside, separated by paper, and made sure that the items weren't touching each other, and then left them in there until they were dry. And that passes basically sterile air over the items until they're completely dry.
This isn't like a dryer from a washer dryer, or it is?
No, man, this is it's kind of like a closet with a hanging rack with airflow that moves through it, and that airflow is what dries the evidence out. And over time, there's no heat applied or anything like that. We don't want to damage the potential for any evidence that the biology section of the lab could test for, but we do want to make sure that we dry it, and that way we don't have any of those deterioration processes occurring.
And does it matter that you hang it? Why do you hang it?
Well, it's the best way for air to get hold to it, or to move over it, so to speak. If we laid it flat, then it would take longer to dry.
Okay. And those butcher papers, why are they under it?
Well, as evidence dries, we want to make sure that we give ourselves every opportunity to recover evidence if we can. Things like hairs, fibers, other things may fall off of those items as they're drying. So we line that paper at the bottom of the cabinet to catch those things, and then we'll fold that up into a bindle and preserve that paper as well after the clothes are dry.
Did you do that in this case?
We did.
And you saved those bundles?
We did.
Okay. I'm now going to slide 15. What's depicted there?
That's another piece of torn or cut gray cloth.
Okay. Did you preserve that in the same fashion?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm now going to slide 16. Do you see what's depicted there?
Yes, ma'am.
What's that?
That's a black plastic trash bag. It was kind of like a Force Flex or Glad bag. I'm not sure the exact make or model of it, but it was similar to the ones that I've seen and used in my own home. It had a gray pull string, and when in this case, this is one of the few items that I actually manipulated before it was photographed, because at the time, remember, we're having to evaluate these pieces of what could be just litter on the side of the road. In this case, I touched this bag and manipulated some of the items inside, realized it had clothing in it that was covered with reddish brown stains, and there were also more of the cleaning wipes inside the bag. So at that point, I knew it was pertinent to the case.
Okay, and that's when you documented it and stopped?
Yes, ma'am. I stopped manipulating it at that point, left it in place. I didn't move it from where it was. This is exactly where I found it. I just looked inside of it first, basically, before I photographed it.
Okay. And you indicated that was the clothing that you found inside as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you preserve the clothing?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you preserve the bag?
Yes, ma'am.
Is all that here?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm now going to slide 17. Do you see what's depicted here?
It's a cleaning wipe.
And was that in the area that, excuse me, in the area that you indicated that there were many cleaning wipes, including the ones that were hanging?
Yes, ma'am. There were a number of them in the area, including some that were draped on some of the low-hanging branches. So we just collected all of them and assigned them to placard 7.
Okay. I'm now going to slide 18. And
he's in custody.
I'm going to ask counsel
Didn't make
to
bond.
just turn this off at this point.
Couldn't come up with the $5 million he
I want to
needed.
zoom that. Can you tell us what's depicted there?
Yes, ma'am. This is the area farther down the road on the Hunting Club Road, and this is where the torso is located. It's where Mindy's torso was.
Okay. So when you get to this slide, can you explain to the jury how do you get into this ditch and where it is in relationship to the roadway?
So again, this part of her remains was located about 650 feet down from the intersection there with Jones Road, and it was on the north side of the right-hand side of the lane. So moving down that far, as we moved closer, the ditches varied in depth and also varied with their contents. There was standing water in some of it was just mud. In this particular area, it was mud and water that was standing there. And I had to move down into the ditch about 4 feet down or so, and then once I got in, the top of the ditch was roughly level with my head once I sunk into the mud.
Level with your head?
Yes, ma'am.
So you were about 6 feet down?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at that point, can you describe the manner in which her body was positioned?
Yes, ma'am. We observed that the head was missing. Her legs had also been removed. We could see the femurs in her legs had been cut through and were protruding from the ends of her legs. And also her vertebra, several of the neck vertebrae were visible. They were blackened and the skin around the neck had drawn down toward the clavicles. Her right arm showed some signs of severe injury up around the shoulder area, and just in general she was laying on her back and was heavily splattered with mud. It was difficult to really tell the extent of her injuries at that time because she'd have so much mud clinging to her skin.
Okay. What was the nature of her clothing at that time?
She was naked. There was no clothing recovered there.
Okay. And the only clothing recovered, how far away from the torso would it have been?
Again, that was back at the intersection, which again was about
650 feet away.
Okay. And at that time, when you went down into the mud, can you describe for the jury how does that incline work? Does it do straight drop off? Does it go down gradually?
It was a pretty steep drop off. I stepped over and used some of the nearby tree branches and the smaller brush to help navigate into the ditch. And then once I was down there, took some photographs and kind of documented and looked for any potential evidence that would have been immediately obvious before we decided to try to do any recovery.
And when you say recovery, do you mean taking her out?
Yes, ma'am. Taking her out of the ditch.
Okay. So how far was her body from the edge of the road?
Not that far, actually. Only about, I'd say between 5 to 7 feet from the edge of the roadway. It depends on how you define the edge of the roadway. She wasn't far from the side.
Okay. Was there brush on the roadway leading up to where her body was?
The roadway itself was pretty clear, but the edges of the road had brush growing up. Again, this is a very well-maintained road, but it wasn't a public road, and it wasn't maintained as a public road was maintained. It was basically a logging road that was also used for hunting.
Okay. And was there anything of note that you initially saw about her body?
Again, just that she wasn't wearing any clothes, that she was lying on her back, and that her legs and her head had been removed were the main things that we observed.
Okay. Did you notice anything about the condition of the femur bones specifically?
Yes, ma'am. Once we were able to get into the ditch and look a little closer, I could tell that the bones had been cut or through with an instrument of some kind.
Okay.
Like a bone
Is there
saw.
anything of note in the manner in which they were cut to your eye?
To my eye, it appeared that they had been cut almost through and then had snapped or broken off.
Okay. And with respect to that, I'm now going to show you slide 19. What's depicted here?
That's Mindy's torso, as we discovered it.
Okay. Is that the original photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's before any manipulation?
Correct. That's as she was discovered.
I'm now going to zoom into her upper right arm. Can you describe what it is that you see there?
Yes, ma'am. There's some severe injury to her arm. We weren't able to tell a lot before she was removed, and even after she was removed, it was not a 100% thing for us to determine. That's why we have the medical examiner's office, to conduct autopsies. However, it appeared that the arm had been cut and the skin had been cut away from the shoulder.
Okay. I'm now showing you slide 20. What is depicted on the left side of that screen?
That's Mindy's left arm.
Okay. Was there anything interesting or notable about her hand?
Well, on both hands, the hands were there for one thing. For someone who may have been trying to obscure, an identification of the body, for them to leave the hands on, and with the availability of possible fingerprints, that was something that we had to evaluate as being immediately useful to the investigation.
Did you try to evaluate the fingerprints?
Yes, ma'am. After she was removed from the ditch, we had a representative from the Georgia State Patrol respond to the scene. They have access to a system called Rapid ID, and they can actually use fingerprint technology to access someone's driver's license remotely. They can do that from anywhere that has a cell signal.
Okay. Does it allow them to basically like roll a fingerprint on a little device?
Yes, ma'am. It's a small device, handheld. It's generally used just two of the fingers. They'll roll or press it against the screen, and it'll read and interpret that and give you an idea of who a person may be if their fingerprints are on file.
Were they?
No, ma'am. The Rapid ID system did not return a result.
Okay. I'm now going to slide 21. What's depicted there?
That's Mindy's right leg, the area where it was removed, and that's her femur that's jutting outward from the wound there.
Now, my apologies. Can you tell us what specifically was unique about that cut on that femur?
It was pretty smooth. It was appeared to us to have been cut or sawn through.
Okay. Are you a hunter?
I am.
How long have you been hunting?
Since I was a child, single digits, a while.
Have you ever processed a deer?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Okay. Have you ever processed a deer in this fashion?
Cutting through a major bone, no, ma'am.
Why not?
Well, that's not the easiest way to remove a leg.
What is the easiest way?
Well, there's connective tissue surrounding joints, and the easiest way would be to cut that connective tissue and remove. If I was going to clean a deer, I would cut through the joint, and rather than try to saw through a bone.
And the femur, is that a big bone?
It's the largest bone in the human body.
And specifically with respect to bones, when you and I were talking about this case, you gave me an example. Can you explain that example to the jury?
Yes, ma'am. And with the preface that I know this sounds distasteful and it's hard to process, but it's like eating a chicken wing. If you're going to eat a chicken wing, and when you go to pull the bones apart, you're not going to snap the bones in half. You're going to pull them apart at the joint. It's the same thing here. Those soft connective tissues are there, and they're much easier to separate than it would be to actually cut through a bone.
Not trying to be distasteful at all. Is that why those would separate so easily if you simply cut the connective tissue as opposed to the bone itself?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But that was not done here?
No, ma'am.
And would it be fair to say that the other leg looked similarly?
Yes, ma'am. They were almost identical in the way they've been removed.
I'm looking at slide number 22. What does that depict?
That's Mindy's right arm, and that's the damage that we observed to it after we removed it from the ditch, after we removed her from the ditch.
And what is that she is laying on?
That's a tarp. We, as a crime scene specialist and also the agents themselves, we all keep a number of clean tarps with us. This was a fresh tarp that had been used. We took it out of the plastic, and partially because we used it to help get her out of the ditch. And then we used it to lay her on so we could examine her before she was turned over to the coroner.
Slide 23, what's depicted?
It's an empty Marlboro cigarette pack.
And why did you take a picture of that?
To be honest, one of the deputies, I think, had marked it early on during the initial response and thought it may have been of interest. But as we moved through the area, we determined there was lots and lots of litter laying around. But just to be on the safe side, and because we can't go back in time and do things over again, I went ahead and collected it just in case. It was a significant distance away from the torso.
How far?
Approximately halfway back toward the intersection, away from the torso.
On the same side of the roadway or on the opposite?
Around the middle.
Okay. So it was actually in the road?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm showing you slide 24. What's depicted on slide 24?
This is very similar to the first sketch. It's just showing a little bit farther of a zoom out, I guess you'd say. And this is showing the location where Mindy's torso was recovered there at the top, and then the intersection at the bottom with Jones Road and the unnamed wooded lane, along with those evidence placards there, 1 through 7, that were located at the intersection.
Okay. And who drew this drawing?
I drew it.
Okay. Would that be a fair and accurate representation of what spatially those items roughly look like?
Right. This is an approximation for demonstration for demonstrative purposes. This is to show the relationship between where these things were found, with basically between each other.
Did you ultimately measure the distance of each of these items?
I did.
Okay. But for the purposes of this slide, it was merely to just give an approximation for the jury.
Right. This is for someone to, at a glance, get a good idea of where the body was recovered in relationship to the other items.
Your Honor, we actually have completed the first portion of his testimony. It appears...
We'll take a break.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and break for lunch. Let's see. I've got 12:30. I'm going to ask that you be back here in about an hour, and we'll start at 1:45. So you've got a little over an hour.
Hour and 15 minutes. There's our defendant standing there. This is terrible. As they're going to lunch, after hearing some of the most graphic testimony about the dismemberment of the victim and how her body was found. Jury won't need that much time. They're not, and then having an analogy of food and saying the way you would expect somebody to take apart a body would be like somebody takes apart a chicken wing. That is just, it's crazy. It's crazy. We are going to be going to lunch. Hey, Mrs. R.A., how are you doing? Yeah, we're going to take a lunch, believe it or not. I'm not sure if anyone's going to eat, but we're going to take an hour and step away and you know, I don't know, think it over, I guess. This is a crazy case, and I realize these details are terrible. We will get past this part, and there are some incredible stories that are being told. The testimony that we hear in his interview after he's waived his Miranda. I mean, he's been Mirandized, and he waives his right to an attorney and talks to the police, and the tracking on the vehicle, all the video from the stores as he's buying the murder stuff. It's gonna be crazy to get into as we tear into that. So let's focus on that right now, and not these gruesome details, which are being spared for the most part because we're not seeing the pictures that the jury's seen. So we're going to go to lunch, and I have not made the portal yet, but I will. If you click the subscribe button on the channel and you click the notify me button on the channel, you'll get notified. We're coming back. It's going to say, they said 1:45. So we've got an hour and 10 minutes roughly. We are still 210 likes away from our goal. of likes. You want a portal? I'll make a portal. The only problem is I can't make a portal using a template. I can't make a portal from the first template, so I can't make a portal. I'm sorry. No portal yet. Make a portal every other day except for this one. The reason being I have to actually end this stream before I can copy it. So that way we'll keep the photos the same, we'll keep the playlist in order and everything else. It's the only way I can do it. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone to make their day just a little bit better. Please stay safe till we go live again about 1:45 this afternoon with part 2 of this trial. Dismembered wife murder trial. And there's a story to be told under here. Hopefully the victim's story will be shared as well. This is a wild one. It's a wild one. We'll see you after lunch. Well, we're not. I'm not having anything to do with meat. I'm eating salad. I'm eating salad. You should too. All right. We'll see you guys after. Bye bye.